Hello, everyone. International Passport here, yet again, for yet another classic video. I want to say a huge shout out to my old subscribers and my new subscribers. Welcome aboard a powerful movement that I am pushing out, getting your passports, investing in finance, and living a good life for yourself. In this video, I have a very special guest called Atlanta Scorpion. Not his real name, obviously, but he will introduce himself later on. But I want to say a huge thank you to Tony Berry for yesterday's live stream regarding Saudi Arabia. That was a classic. I rewatched it this morning and Theo gave good intel. So, like I said, we have a very special guest here, and I will allow him to introduce himself. Atlanta Scorpion, how are you doing, brother?
I'm great. Thanks for having me here. International Passport, great community that you're growing, and very, very happy. I'm usually in the Atlanta suburb of Alpharetta, Georgia. I am in Columbia, South Carolina. Had an event today at University of South Carolina, so I was happy to join you here and join the community. Thanks.
Thank you, bro. Brother, can you please introduce yourself? Tell us who you are, what you do, how you found my channel, and we'll go on from there. But give us a good general gist of who you are, brother.
Yeah, I work in management consulting. I work in management consulting for human resources. I work for the largest human resources and talent search company in the world, headquartered in Amsterdam. Our U.S. and North American headquarters are in Atlanta, where I live. I've been blessed with the opportunity to travel extensively. A lot older than most of you. It dates back to my time when I have a finance degree. I played college basketball, and after my basketball playing time was over, I had an opportunity to work as a graduate assistant to get my MBA, which I took advantage of. And I thought I'd just be doing it just to get my degree. I loved it. I did it my first 9 years out of school, had numerous opportunities to travel globally, internationally through sports. I'm also a military brat, family of Air Force professionals. Mother and father on military and civilian side. And so I have been blessed with opportunity to see the world to a great extent. I actually added up today. I've been to 29 countries, and hope that number continues to grow. My wife is actually from Hamburg, Germany. I met my wife in Atlanta, but she was working in Atlanta. She'd worked in 4 seasons her entire career. Living in Hamburg, Munich, London, Abu Dhabi, and then Atlanta. And I, had an opportunity to be in Germany, obviously with she and my in-laws and my family. I also spent numerous years traveling to Germany, from Berlin to Frankfurt, Essen, Dusseldorf, and have really enjoyed the country, had a great time there, and was fortunate to run across International Passport just by accident. I'm a big fan of Kevin Samuels, who lives here in Atlanta, where I am from. And kind of the algorithm for YouTube took me there. I believe IP was talking to a group of people about Colombia probably about a half a year ago. And I've been following the podcast ever since. So great to be here and share what my experiences were in Germany.
That was a great introduction, Atlanta Scorpion. Thank you very much for that, brother. So I'm going to get straight into the live stream topic. And my first question to you, Atlanta Scorpion, is, so you're very well knowledgeable about Germany. You've been there a couple of times, been to a couple of cities. So in the general gist of it, my first question to you is, are German women checking for brothers?
I would say unequivocally, yes. I think that you have a very broad population. I think like the United States, like the United Kingdom, I think when people talk about nations like Germany, Germany is the world's 4th largest economy. So obviously people from all over the world gravitate there for a professional standpoint, for work. The city that I've spent the most time in and been well over 10 times is Hamburg, which is Germany's 2nd largest city. It has one of the largest ports in the world. Nearly 25% of the population in Germany works in the ports. And so by nature, many people there have access to people who are global. I think I actually spoke to my wife before coming on here she reminded me that, your typical German woman is going to be blonde hair, blue eyed. My wife is half German, half Pakistani. My father-in-law moved to Hamburg in 1973 and was able to build a wonderful career for himself, owning numerous restaurants. And it's a place that I think any place you go from a social standpoint, you're going to have many people who are more curious about you because the population is not going to have as many people, particularly if you're from the United States. Particularly, I would assume the same applied to brothers from the UK. But when you're in the United States, I think there's a history of Germany and a kind of a welcoming of brothers who've been there that date back to World War II. So for me, the experience has never been anything but welcoming for German and German people. And this applies to everybody from my wedding party, from my brother to my friends, anyone who's been in Germany. They've never had any difficulty meeting people.
This is fantastic intel so far, Atlanta Scorpion. Right now, I have a massive smile on my face. But brother, I've got a few super chats, so let me read them through, brother. Shout out to Volcanus for the $10 super chat. Thank you, bro. Much appreciated. It says, salute IP, Atlanta Scorpion, and chat. Salute to you too, brother. Thank you again for the super chat. I also have another super chat from Thomas Demihin, £1.79. He says, big up IP and Atlanta Scorpion, instant classic. Yes, indeed. Thank you again for the super chat, Thomas Demihin. Brothers, feel free to send more super chats if you enjoy my content. And also, please hit the like button if you're new to the stream. Atlanta Scorpion, I like what I'm hearing so far. Can I speak about the best cities that are good for brothers to travel to meet women? In your experience, please name those cities where brothers are guaranteed to get play and they're checking for brothers heavy.
I am grossly biased. Obviously, I married a woman from Hamburg. So in case this pops up on her stream somehow, I will obviously start and begin with Hamburg. But I like to provide some reasons beyond I married someone from there. Hamburg is without doubt the most affluent city in Germany. For instance, if you go on a tour of the city, they will repeat incessantly that Hamburg's the most wealthy city in Germany. A lot of that, of course, is because it's the trade center of the country. And for Germany, if those who aren't familiar with it from a global perspective, Germany is one of the largest export cities on earth. So obviously, Hamburg has for a long, long time been an immensely affluent city. That affluence has brought many people. And I'll speak with specificity. Of course, tons of folks who are from Middle Eastern countries. I mentioned my father-in-law being from Pakistan, India, China, Turkey, Syria. For a matter of fact, if any of us were in Hamburg and we attempted to speak Deutsch, German, the language there, most people there, particularly in service roles, don't speak great Deutsch, yet they speak great English. I've been many places where I've been using public transit and I stop somewhere to ask someone and I'm trying to speak in Deutsch. The person goes to get someone else and I hear them asking them in English, this guy needs help. And I was like, oh, you speak English? Ich aus USA. Like, yo, you're from America. So I speak English. I'm from Turkey or I'm from Syria. And so for many of those places, whether it be Farsi or other languages, their second language is English. Also, for nearly every German, the second language is English. So anyone on this podcast could live in Germany without needing to speak German. And so, Hamburg is one place. Other place, of course, Berlin, the largest city. It's the largest city. I think Frankfurt is a great place. My wife's favorite city in Germany is Munich. I've never been there, but obviously most of us have heard of Oktoberfest. And I think most brothers could go into Lederhosen and create memories they never forget in places like Munich. I think Cologne is a great city for folks going there, as well as kind of like the other part, Essen, Dusseldorf, those cities. Another thing I like to remind guys is after World War II, Germany was broken up. And in the United States, we kind of learned that Germany was broken up into two sides, the US side and the Russian side, right, which became Soviet Union. That's not really true. It was broken up into four. It was the British part, which is the northern part, like Hamburg. It was the US part, which is more the central part, which goes from Berlin all the way over to like Dusseldorf. And then in the south, it was broken up to the French. which was Munich. And so you have a lot of those types of different influences that are there. And I think that those places are very, very much more diverse than some of the more homogenous places, perhaps in the east part of the city, which are great places also, like Leipzig and other places. So, I would put on the list Hamburg, Berlin, Frankfurt, which is a business city, Munich, Cologne, and then the Essen-Dusseldorf area. Those are cities that generally have over 1 million people. And the more people you have, obviously, you have more diversity.
Fantastic intel so far, Atlanta. I've got a few questions for you regarding some cities, but let me read some super chats, brother. First super chat I see here, Sonic Stains for a $2 super chat. Thank you very much, Sonic Stains. Much appreciated. He says, no wealth shaming today, IP. I like nice cars. I'm missing the joke there, bro. Do you understand that, Atlanta Scorpion?
I assume he's meaning that the $2. That's what I assume. I don't know.
All right. Thank you, Sonic Stains. Much appreciated, brother. The next super chat I have is by Conrad Grant. Again, a regular supporter like Thomas Demahin, Jay Bones, Theo, and a few others. Thank you very much for the $5 super chat. He says, happy Saturday, IP. Atlanta Scorpion, thank you for sharing and giving intel on Germany, economy, and the women. Yes, thank you very much, Atlanta Scorpion, for your time and for your intel. It is much appreciated, brother. And thank you again, Conrad Grant. The next super chat I have is by Michael Conte for $20 super chat. Thank you, bro. He says, just showing my support. Appreciate you. Appreciate you too, brother, again for the super chat. It is much appreciated, Michael. So I have a few questions for you regarding the cities, Atlanta Scorpion.
Sure.
Would you say Germany is split up between liberal and conservative? And if you want a wife, you would go to conservative states. And I know Munich is a conservative state, and maybe Dusseldorf and Cologne. But if you just want to meet women and have a good time, smashing the first night and all that stuff, would you go to Berlin and would you go to Hamburg? Can you speak on that, Atlanta?
I can. I think the larger the cities are, the more liberal. I think, Germany, I would say, is very fiscally conservative place. As you guys have probably, anyone who lives in Europe like IP, you've heard of austerity and the things that have been pushed into being, fiscally responsible in that country. I think that, being married to someone from Germany, I can tell you that there is a fiscal conservatism. I've never saved so much money in my life than being married to a German woman. I would say that the larger the city, the more liberal the influences are. I also think that, the conservative places are there's conservative holes. I mean, people must also know that the Protestant Revolution started in Germany with Martin Luther. And so you do have this kind of very different from the United States, where you have this confluence and intersection of government and church. And, you do get that aspect. And I think Germany is probably one of the most unique places because you have part of those folks who are just conservative by nature. They also have a sense of when they go out to have fun. And I think anyone in the chat rooms and on this podcast know that when you go out in almost any German city, most German folks, when they go out, they like to have fun. Those folks you go out with are usually going to be more liberal, just like it would be in the United States or the UK. I think the more conservative folks are still there. It is a conservative society in some regards. I also think that you find more conservatism with a lot of the mixed race people. You have tons of mixed race people, particularly those who are mixed race German and potential and traditional Arabic and Muslim nations. So you have a lot of that, being Turkey, being Syria, being India, which is not Muslim, but being Pakistan. You see this type of convergence where you have the influence of the more conservative parent, often the father who is Muslim, where you're going to have the kind of differences. But when it comes to going out, I think really you can go, you could take, Germany may have 15 cities that have a metro population of over 750,000 people. And you could really go into any of those cities and have what I perceive to be the time of your life, particularly in the big cities like Berlin, Hamburg, and Munich.
Fantastic intel, brother. Got a couple more questions there on the cities, but let me read out some super chats. Shout out to Theo WAF for the $25 super chat. Much appreciated, Theo. You are a legend in my space, especially in the passport space. Theo says, I like BMW too. Yes, I give freely. The car joke. Shout out to Theo, WAF legend. Thank you, bro. Shout out to Frank Harris for the $10 super chat. He says, I've been to Germany 6 times. Frank Harris, why have you not called in all this time? And why have you not set up a live stream with me in the past? Come on, bro. But thank you again for the super chat, Frank Harris. Shout out to Jay Bones. He says, get the likes up, brothers. Yes, bro. Brothers, get the likes up and hit the super chat to support the channel. Thank you very much, Jay Bones. Frank Harris. Shout out to Jay Bones. He says, what is that? Likes up, brothers. Yes, bro. Brothers, I'm hearing feedback. Is that you, Atlanta Scorpion?
My apologies, sorry.
Oh, no worries, bro. Shout out to Sam Combo for the $199 super chat. IP, you the man. Sam Combo from Boston salutes you. I salute you too, Sam Combo. Thank you, bro, for the super chat. So if I want a wife, Atlanta Scorpion, can you please recommend me, if I want a serious girlfriend or wife or a girl who has very low body count in Germany, what city should I go to? In your opinion? I know Berlin's very liberal, and the women there, they're probably just living the time of their lives. But if I want a long-term girlfriend, right, who has a very low body count, who's wifeable, what would you recommend, Atlanta Scorpion?
I saw Frank say he's been on 6 times, and I think you'll start to see this kind of repeat, because part of the reason people return is because of the excellent time they have. I also think that you could set up shop, particularly if you have an opportunity to work remote in other places. If you're in Hamburg and if you have an attraction or affinity to Middle Eastern women, I would say Hamburg is the place. It is by far the most diverse city. There's also a huge Ghanaian population there in Hamburg. But I think when you have like those traditions of femininity, traditions of family values, you're not going to have people that are going to have the sorts of body counts that you find with more traditional German women who you're going out and they just have never seen a brother before and they just want to touch your skin and it's so smooth and you're from the United States and America's so great and this types of thing. I think if you want meet more people, meet more women who have some of these, characteristics that I was obviously drawn to, femininity, family values, lower body count, I think you probably want to go to Hamburg, where you're going to by nature have a larger percentage of either Muslim, African, and or mixed race, particularly often with the father being in that family, in that household in Hamburg, which is the second largest city, but they just have such a large and diverse population. I think if anybody does some of the numbers, it's the most diverse population by far in Germany, by numbers. So I think that's the place that I would start and end. Okay,
Atlanta. And would you say that these people in Hamburg that have conservative values, are they checking for brothers, Atlanta Scorpion? Do they love brothers, the women there?
I think it's kind of fits, international passport, kind of like what your podcast has been forever. I think, of course, they're checking for brothers. I mean, it's I hate to state the obvious, but it's just a place where people are going to notice who you are. Where I got married in there's some folks here. I know the gentleman was on a couple of weekends ago. He said he met a woman in South Africa and they moved to Hamburg. And one of the most famous churches, which was a congregation for Martin Luther, is called the St. Michael's Church, Der Michel, it's called in Hamburg. When I got married, this place it's like a museum. So people come there. So when we got married, the church is so large, our party was in the front of this church, but people were so enamored because they saw a black man getting married. People wanted to know when I walked out, who are you? May I have your autograph? Like you must be famous. I think that there is this sense, particularly when you're from the United States. I cannot speak for being from the UK, but I can speak from being from the United States, that there is a curiosity about who you are, where you're from, what is your worldview, just in any place you go in Germany. I mean, I can think about my family and I went to Germany 10 days before our wedding, which was 10 years ago. And my brother and my friends and I spent, and with my brothers-in-law, we spent about a week and a half, and we went out every night. I mean, and everyone was just enamored. Like, oh my gosh, you're marrying a German woman. Like, who here is not married? We want to marry an American. And it was, I think one of the unique things about Germany, and I think this is across the globe, IP, when you go across the globe, in the United States, you're a black man, you're a Latino man, you're an Asian man, you're a white man. When you're in Germany, you're an American, right? And so there's so much of our culture, the music. If you go to any performance, if I go to Hamburg and Jay-Z's performing, this thing sells out in a day. I mean, I actually joke with my wife that Germans love bad R&B music. Guys who I tell my wife if they were in Atlanta, they'd be in a small venue. They're in 55,000 seat arenas in like Brian McKnight. Brian McKnight performs in Germany. He performs in front of 55,000 people. If he's in Atlanta, he's in a place with maybe 300 people. Not to criticize him as a performer, but this is just the attraction that people have. My father-in-law often speaks of my mother-in-law and how she saw Earth, Wind, and Fire and how wild she was going. This is in the 70s, how wild she was going. And he wondered, like, is there something wrong with my wife, my German wife, going nuts? I mean, my mother-in-law only listens to R&B music. And I think that there's just an affinity to our culture and who we are. And I think, IP's talked about dressing and those types of things. I think if you dress and you speak in the articulate manner that most of us do, I mean, I think that there is such an attraction to brothers in Germany. It's hard to put in words. It's hard.
My goodness, this is fantastic intel. I've got a super chat here from Sean M, $10. Thank you very much for the super chat, Sean M. He says, shout out to IP, Atlanta Scorpion and the chat, another classic live. Thank you, bro, for the super chat. It is a classic already. I want to thank Atlanta Scorpion again for his time and effort to join this stream and give brothers that hardcore intel. This is great intel so far, Atlanta Scorpion. And I've got 2 more questions for you regarding cities and myself, actually. I know for a fact that American brothers do very well in Germany. I've been there myself. I've seen how well they do. But from your eyes, did you see UK brothers do well there? And would my accent be a selling point to German women? When they hear me speak, they want, he's from London, he's from the UK, I want him. Speak on that, Atlanta.
If my wife has somehow found this, she's going to laugh out loud if I say this. We're not in the same city right now. However, I would say absolutely. I mean, my wife has her family, her cousins, many of her Pakistani cousins live in Manchester, which I believe is the 2nd largest city in the UK following London. If it's not the 2nd, it's the 3rd largest city in the UK. I think it's the 2nd. I think brothers from the UK have always had an affinity. There's a long relationship between cities like Hamburg, Berlin, and the UK. In Hamburg, particularly, there's an area called the Reeperbahn. Reeperbahn is the red light district of Hamburg, of Germany. I cannot speak. I believe it's the 2nd or 3rd largest such district behind Amsterdam, maybe another city. But this is where the Beatles started. The Beatles rock band in the UK. They started, if you read the history, they started in Hamburg in the Reeperbahn. This is where they had their first tour and they start performing, and they lived there for, I think, over a year. So I think my experience is that guys from the UK have a great experience, just because globally people love the accent. I mean, I love the accent from women. I mean, everybody loves the British accent. I'd also add about Americans, as I know there's some guys from the United States. I saw someone earlier from Boston. I would guess the numbers certainly in the thousands, maybe tens of thousands of people who have, and this dates back to, I was with a gentleman today who was 68 years old, and I told him I was doing this podcast, and he told me, he was talking about his military service in the U.S. Army and how his station in Germany was the favorite place he'd ever been of any base. There's a history of guys who in the Air Force, the Army, the Navy, the Marines, who've been stationed in Germany and never came back to the United States, ever. They just retired and lived there for the rest of their lives. And I would guess the numbers in the tens of thousands. I grew up in a military town. Some of my best friends are in the military. We're now of age where people are retiring, where they're getting to 20, 25 years in the service. One of my best friends, when he wanted to be stationed in Germany, his wife who's I don't want to be respectful, but a step above Akeisha from the block. His wife went nuts. Like, you're not going to Germany. Like, if you go to Germany, I'm going to leave you. You know, it's a fear of many military spouses when their families go to Germany, particularly when their husband's a brother. Part of that is because of the reputation and the history of U.S. servicemen having so much fun in the country all over the place. And I think that those types of things are important for guys to know. I think, you know, it goes to wherever you are in the world, you know, how you present yourself, you know, how you treat others. But, you know, for those of us who, like most of us, who treat people well, who are great people, who want to have fun, I think that Germany is a place that, whether you're from the UK, whether you're from the Canada, the United States, I think any part of the world, I think brothers have a great time in Germany. And you see it with the guys who the women they're dating. They almost always date women who you would just look and say, man, she's much better looking than him, you know? And, you know, it's just a great place to be. And you don't have to know the language. In some places, if you don't know the language, you're a little handicapped in communication. In Germany, everyone communicates in English. I mean, you don't need the language at all. So it's a great place, I think, for British brothers as well as those from all over the world.
Thank you very much for that, Atlanta. I have a super chat from Captain Cisco, $10. Thank you, Captain Cisco. Much appreciated, brother. He says, I heard it's against the law to say Hitler's name in Germany. Is that true? I heard that a lot of Ethiopian women there too. What difference between Germany WW and American WW in physical features? Before you answer those questions, Atlanta Scorpion, can I please ask you about Berlin and very liberal cities? So you just confirmed to me that Hamburg, because a lot of Middle Eastern women are there, they have a conservative culture, it's good to date them and potentially, you know, take things further. So are you telling me that Munich, so are you telling me that Berlin is a very liberal city and women there are simply for the night, you know, hotel room and that's it? They're only there for a good time. Speak on that, Atlanta.
For me, my trip to Berlin was my first time to Berlin was with my then girlfriend, now wife. So I can't say that I'm in position to talk about what a long-term relationship would be in a place like Berlin. I can tell you it's one of the wildest places I've ever been. I can remember riding a train with my wife and seeing a woman with a rat on her shoulder. And I was reaching to tell her, there's a rat on your shoulder. And my wife grabbed me and she said, that's her pet. And I was like, what? You know, and lots of graffiti, lots of tattoos, lots of, you know, just, I mean, it's a different place. You know, it's now at the same time, Berlin has, you know, the area Mitte in Berlin, which means middle, or, you know, in the United States, in the middle of the city is called Midtown. It's called Mitte there, Mitte. Mm-hmm. It's one of the nicest places you'll ever be. I mean, the stores, the women are dressed, you know, very much like if anyone in this chat and the podcast has been in Toronto or something like, or Vancouver, like well-dressed women to the nines. But then you kind of have this really grunge about Berlin. I mean, I've met people professionally who are from Berlin or East Berlin, and they tell me, if I tell my wife is from Hamburg, they point to their nose to say people in Hamburg are stuck up, and that she says it's more, you know, boots and grunge where she's from in Berlin. So for me, I think Berlin is more of a fun place. I've also heard about Germany that it's much about the stereotypes, and it is a stereotype, but the stereotypes in the United States. Traditionally, your belief is the further south you go in the United States, and I say this very biased being from Atlanta, but it's known as a great hospitality town, obviously. But where if you go to like northern, more like New York and Boston, the perception is, and I've never had anyone who wasn't nice to me in New York or Boston, but the perception is that they're colder cities. People don't look at you. People don't say hello. People walk straight. In my experience in Germany, it's been very similar. The northern cities like Hamburg, Hanover, Berlin, Cologne are very, you know, everybody's straight up. Everybody's kind of walking and paying attention. And supposedly the further south you go, the more open people are. I mean, of those who've been to Oktoberfest on the chat, is that, you know, you see much more outgoing people, much more, you know, open people. And my wife says this, other people say this, but the perception is the further south you go, the more open. But for Berlin, I think, you know, Berlin is going to be a place that's going to be unique. I think there's some guys who are into that, you know, into I'm not into the, tattoos and grunge and boots, but I think there are people who are into that. If you are, I think Berlin's probably your spot, but it's definitely quite a liberal city. I don't know how much femininity you're going to find there, but it's still it's a great country.
Thank you, bro. And so the first question that Cisco says, yes, it is against the law. I think it is. You can't. We know that already. I think Atlanta can confirm that as well. But that is against the law to. Is that true? The first question. So
I honestly don't know from a German legal perspective. I'd have to ask, or Google it, but I'm not aware of that. Certainly, I've never spoken it. You actually, when you go to Berlin, there's tons of museums on this. Unlike the United States, who kind of, as a country, we don't always engage in our negative history, which has kind of created long-term, potentially racial issues and other things. In Germany, they seem to talk about it quite a bit. They seem to talk about their past, good or bad, which I as an outsider, think is quite refreshing. So I've been to many museums that have tons of information about Hitler, the Nazis, the SS. They even have like outdoor walking museums where they have the history. So I've seen it. I don't know if people are uttering Hitler or if it's against the law. I'd have to ask my wife or someone who might know, or Google it.
Thanks, brother. Second question is there a lot of Ethiopian women there in Germany, based on what you've seen? There's quite a bit, and obviously when you use the word a lot, that's a subjective word, so it depends. I lived in Washington D.C. For a period of time, for a few years, and to me, I think I've heard that Washington D.C. has the second highest number of Ethiopian and Eritrean women of any city on earth. So for me, I don't see so many that I think this is like Washington D.C. But again, I live there, so I'm kind of biased in what I perceive to be as a lot. I do think that there is a very large and very affluent Ethiopian population. You see it right in front of your face, and across places like Hamburg, across places like Essen, Dusseldorf, Munich. You'll see tons of people from Ethiopia, Eritrea. You'll see Nigerians. You'll see many, many Ghanaians. You have this population that exists in Germany. I'll obviously throw this out as well. Most people in the United States saw the Milwaukee Bucks win the NBA championship, and Giannis Antetokounmpo, who's his family's African descent but raised in Greece. You have great soccer players who are Italians, who are of African descent. You have this in Germany, doubly so, again, because it's the largest economy in Europe. I mean, it's the richest place in Europe by far. If you guys just Google the largest economies in the world, Germany is usually it's 3 or 4. It goes back and forth between Japan and Germany, but that draws a lot of people to that country, Ethiopians included. Thank you, brother. And last question from Captain Cisco is, what's the difference between Germany white women and American white women in physical features?
I think it depends on where you're at. I will say this about German women. My wife's grandmother, our Opa, on my TikTok, she's over 82, 83. She still rides her bicycle like 25, 30 minutes a day. And same thing with my mother-in-law, who swims every day and is 60. I mean, you have German women are more active than American women by nature because they walk, they cycle. There's, everywhere you go, there's a cycling, and it's very different for those of you in the United States. You actually have the street, and then you'll have a sidewalk, and then you'll have a riding lane, and it goes all over the whole city. There's no place that you can't bike. And so you see this huge influx of German men and women who are riding everywhere. Obviously, if you ride a bicycle for multiple miles a day, you're physically going to be different than a more stagnant society like the United States that drives, eats a lot of fast food, and sits down often, right? So I think you physically see the typical German woman is in much better shape. I think when you talk about, I saw WW, I assume that means white women. You're going to see by nature, I think, and I think this is a big generalization, but I do believe the generalization sort of applies. I mean, I think others can perhaps comment, but German women are known for having like wider hips. And I think that this goes from, if you're riding a bicycle from the time you're a woman from 12 to 30, you're going to have, you're physically, you're going to be different. I mean, just like someone who plays tennis throughout their lives, or a swimmer or a gymnast, you're going to have a different kind of physicality. And I think you see that physicality that's different from a standpoint. Waists are smaller in general because they're more active. And I think the hips are a little wider, right? So not a little, I mean, it just depends on where you go. I mean, you go to some parts of the United States, like Oklahoma and places, and they look like corn-fed girls, so you can't believe it. Kansas, but in general, I think that German women come across, particularly white women, to be in excellent shape, excellent condition, have a long history of being perceived to have, great hips, the great hourglass hourglass body that you see. It's commonplace there because, in general, people aren't driving cars so much. People are generally just the way the society is and means of going to the market daily to get food and those types of things. You don't drive there, you walk or you cycle. So you see, you also see a society where people are outside much more, right? Cafes. I mean, I'm talking about Hamburg's cold. I mean, they have winter for a long time, but you see people that are outside, no matter what time of year it is. Like people are generally outside and engaged where you don't see. You have some cities like New York and Chicago, obviously San Francisco, Washington, D.C., Boston, where people are outside. But in general, there are very few walking cities in the United States. So, if you live in Atlanta or travel to, like I do a lot, Houston or Dallas, Miami, people are driving everywhere. So I think physically you see that difference as a generalization between German white women and U.S. American white women.
Thank you for that hardcore intel, brother. Brothers, if you are enjoying this live stream, please hit the like button if you've not liked the video already. And please send through a couple more super chats if you are enjoying this free intel that both me and Atlanta are providing you, brothers. So feel free to support the channel through those means. So my next question for you now, Atlanta, is the demographics of women there in Germany that check for brothers the most. I know that Germany is a multicultural country. So white women, black women, Asian women, etc., etc. From what you've seen, Atlanta, who gives brothers the most play? What race of women give brothers the most play, or is it all races of women? Speak on that, Atlanta.
Most play, and I go back to those. I've been married 10 years, but when I think about my trips to Germany before, I think that many of the things that we see in global cities in the United States, this ranges from New York, Chicago, San Francisco, LA, in North America, Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver. There's really no group that a brother can engage with in Germany. I don't see large portions of German people who are rejecting brothers. I think that there is a natural interest. I think the perception is sometimes when you go to Germany, I do think that there are these types of perceptions. I've heard this from males that I'm Afrikaanish, African. And, I think, and I've made the statement, Nein, ich auf USA. And it's like, I'm sorry. I think you have that with males more so than anything. I think it means of females. I don't think that there's any place that I've ever been in Germany where there's groups of people who just reject me as a black person. I just don't. I haven't experienced that. I'm not saying that the experience doesn't exist, but I've felt confident to engage with people from all over the place. And actually, I think you have a great opportunity when you're there as an African American, as a brother, as a black man, because people who look different in German society, they have a story. So it's an easy conversation. If you saw an Asian woman that you were attracted to, it's an easy conversation because she's likely not from there. And if she is from there, she's for the first generation who's there most likely. And I think that there's a sense to engage with you, of course, because once you start speaking, you're a black man from America or you're a black man from the UK. I think the same is applicable. I think, the same is applicable with African women who are there. I think the same is applicable of biracial women, of white women, there's no group of person who I think you can engage with in Germany. And I don't want to overstate it. It's just a society that has historically welcomed us. And this is something that has happened for well over a half a century plus, in means of welcoming us to their country and being, very open and very engaging to who we are. I think you get what you give out to society. And I think if you give out, great vibes and interest in, I think if you express an interest in someone and who they are, I think they're likely to be interested in who you are. And that's what I've done in my life and my friends who've had great times in Germany as well.
Fantastic intel, brother. Shout out to Russian Spy Sleazeball for the $2 super chat. He says, are they designed for back shots? Don't even answer that, Atlanta, but shout out to the super chat, Russian Sleazeball. Thanks, bro. Okay, brother, next question I have for you is, what are the best places to meet German women based on your experience? Is it the club? Is it bars? Is it parks? Is it libraries? Speak on that, Atlanta, because when brothers go to Germany, we need to know the best places to meet German women, where they normally frequent, where they feel open to be approached, or or want to approach brothers. So give us that intel, bro.
I think that's a great question. And, in part, I think it depends on who you are. So, for instance, let me just use Hamburg, for example. Hamburg has an area called Hafa City. Hafa City is a multi-billion-dollar area of their city that was recently built over the last 2 decades. And it is, one of the nicest places you can go in the world. And Hafen City has a place called the Philharmonique in it, which is the symphony hall, right? And I would say that any of us on this podcast, if we got dressed and went to the symphony hall, we would meet tons of women. I mean, it's just a place where if we just walked around and listened to the orchestra and got drinks, or people are going to approach you. You don't have to say anything. People are going to want to know, who are you, right? Where are you from? Are you from here? I haven't seen you here before. So I think that you have that kind of world. The other great thing about Germany, all over the country, is you have so many places where people they have outdoor restaurants. People are outside. I do think that it's not as an engaging society as the United States. So when you engage, some people may be a little taken aback, but I do believe when you engage, you're going to get feedback, because people expect, when you're an outgoing person and you're American, they expect it of you. You almost have an excuse built in. When you speak to someone or say hello, if anything, if that person were interested, they at the very least say, well, they're an American, of course they spoke to me, right? This is what Americans do, right? And so I think that aspect is there, but I think it really depends on who are you as a person. If you're kind of a sports guy, go watch HSV, go watch Bayern Munich, go to a football game, go to the places around the stadium where there are going to be people there and to engage. If you're a person who likes, the orchestra, if you like art, go to those places. You can meet people, and I have to tell people I'm married all the time at the Apple store in Hamburg, because people, they're interested in who you are. It's almost, I've never seen you here before. What are you doing here? And so I think that there's so many places. The bars are, of course, a place you see a lot of people. Will say this to especially you younger guys like IP. Sometimes, depending on how big the city, you'll run into kind of this Russian Eastern European outfit. They may be people. We talked about this in the Colombia clip. They may be people who are looking to get paid, right? I have experienced that in clubs, particularly with Russian. But there's a lot of Russian people who are just there, who are studying and working and doing a lot of great things. I just think there's a lot of places to engage. A lot of it depends on who you are as a person. If you're a person who have traditionally gone to bars and clubs, go to bars and clubs in Germany. They have tons of them. They're lots of fun. If you're a person who kind of likes some of the other things, you kind of go into the type of person you're interested in. And I think all those places are available to you. I've gone to art museums and seen some of the most attractive women I've ever seen in Berlin, in Hamburg, in Munich. And, those folks are just as curious about you as you would be about them.
Fantastic, bro. I hear feedback. Is that coming from you or no?
I hope not.
Okay.
I can maybe turn my volume down a little bit so we do at work to stop feedback. Is that better, IP?
Yeah, that's better, bro. Thank you, brother.
Good.
Brothers, get the likes up, brothers, and send through super chats, brothers, if you're enjoying this live stream. Shout out to Black Harrow for the $2 super chat. Thank you, brother. He says, what's the dress code in Germany? Yeah, okay, that's a good question there, Frank Harrow. In your experience at Atlanta, how should brothers dress to meet German women? What do they like seeing brothers wearing? Obviously, I'm not going to wear skinny jeans or baggy trousers, baggy pants. I keep it very professional on my end. But from what you've seen, Atlanta, how should brothers dress, and what do German women like seeing on men?
Again, I think what you do, Black Harrow, I think kind of you first of all, you got to be who you are, right? I'm very much like International Passport. I mean, as you guys come in, I'm going to dress in a very professional manner because that's who I am. I mean, that's who I am in Atlanta at an all black environment, all white environment. That's how it'd be in Mexico City, in Buenos Aires, in Berlin, in Frankfurt. So, that's kind of who I am. I mean, I'm going to have maybe jeans, a button down, and a jacket. I'm going to have a button down with a sweater pulled over with slacks. That's just how I'm going to dress. I also think that you have to be who you are. So, for instance, if you're a guy who, let's give an example, you wore baggy clothes. Hell, to me, wear baggy clothes because that's who you're going to be. There's a diversity in Germany that is hard for me to articulate. I will contrast this. I think in the United States that the majority of white women, for example, I think are more drawn to brothers who dress in this professional manner, where it's like you assimilate to what is normal for us. I think in Germany, there's a group of black women who could recite every hip hop lyric that and they're attracted to what they perceive to be that culture. So, I think people sometimes get in a little trouble, IP, trying to be someone they're not. I think you always have to be who you are. For me, my dress code, Black Harrow, is going to be always, I'm going to have a very professional casual look and/or a professional look. Most of my travel in Europe over the last 15 years has been professional related, and so that's kind of who I am. Those are the places. When I'm in London, I'm in Canary Wharf, which is almost like London's Wall Street, so to speak. So that's kind of how I dress. But I also think that you need to be your best self and be who you are. And I think when you try to be someone you're not, it's just going to go south for you.
Thank you, brother. Next question for you is prostitution a problem in Germany, from what you've seen? And if so, can you please name these cities and give brothers advice to avoid and on how to avoid and spot prostitutes? But speak on that, bro.
In my experience, I don't think prostitution is a problem. Someone may have to help me. Prostitution is legal in Germany in specific places. I think they have prostitution zones, where you can. You go to Reeperbahn. If all of us on this podcast went to Reeperbahn, we're going to get mobbed by prostitutes. Like they're gonna be all over you. I mean, you can be with your wife, you can be with your kids. Like they're. For my fact, my wife and I wanted to have our reception at a place called the East Hotel. People on this podcast from Europe probably know East Hotels. The East Hotel in Hamburg is unbelievable. It's got one of the best restaurants in the entire city. And my mother-in-law, we were about to sign the contract with my father-in-law. My mother-in-law just starts crying. I mean, she has her arms folded. She's just like, and what she immediately said is, your parents are Christian. Like, what do you think they're going to think when your father walks outside and prostitutes try to grab him? Your mother's going to not be happy. And so for her, it was like, she didn't want our reception to be in this place because of the legalized prostitution in the Reeperbahn. So there's areas, multiple areas in Germany. I could, Berlin as well. They have areas. I mean, Berlin has areas where they have like naked parks. I mean, it's prostitution is not a problem, and you kind of have to look for it, and it's going to be in these specific places. I think some places in the world you go, you don't know if it's a prostitute speaking to you or somebody else. I think in Germany, you go to some of the clubs that are in this area, the Reeperbahn, which is their big social area, Well, if you run into a prostitute, you shouldn't be surprised because it's legal in that space. If you're in other parts of the city, you're not going to run into prostitutes as readily. They're everywhere in like 5-star hotels in Europe, but it's not a problem, I don't think, unless you seek it. In Germany, I'll just be clear. There's so many women in Germany. I mean, if you only have to, for you to seek prostitute, you have to seek it. I mean, you don't. There's so many people to engage with. It's a very large country. Again, the most affluent country. It's going to be a great place where you're going to run into people and not run into serious issues with this.
And how would you know one is a pro? Is it based on how they dress? Do they make it known that you got to pay for services? How would you know one is a pro in Germany?
I think your conversation can kind of tell. I mean, the ones that I've seen and kind of run into by accident, I didn't know they were pros until much later. I was either informed by German folks who are with me or not. But a lot of it goes into, how many drinks are you buying them and all this kind of stuff. I'm probably not very good with that. I mean, when someone just wants to just sit and buy drinks all the time, I just kind of move on. And if they're not engaged, but you do, you can kind of, again, when you're in specific areas in most German cities, it's going to be in the kind of the prostitution zone where you run into this. They're not going to be able to speak sometimes is English as well. They're not going to be engaged in the same way that a German girl who just is just out and about. So, I don't think that you're going to run into them where they're dressed more provocatively. I think they assimilate within the environment, and that's something they do. But it's not so prevalent that it's going to be all over the place. Again, this is more of a club issue. So we talked about earlier some of the places that you meet women, restaurants, the market, the museums, these types of places. When you're in these places, there are no prostitutes. They're just people who are there. And in Germany, there's beer markets, which some of you guys have probably heard of. There's bars. There's everywhere. I mean, there's outdoor bars. You can just walk the street. You can pick up a drink or turn the corner. There's going to be a bar on a lake, on a river, on these types of things. It's very, very, very easy to find places where people are and where people are willing to engage, outside of prostitution. I think, do they hide themselves in plain sight? Yeah, sometimes, particularly in the club space, particularly in the, very, high-end hotel space. But, it's not something that you kind of run into all the time, like some places that I've been, for instance, in South America, where you may not know who's talking to you. So
thank you very much, brother. Brothers, this is crazy intel. Please get the likes up and of course send through super chats if you're enjoying this classic live stream so far. Atlanta, is feminism a problem in Germany based on what you've seen?
I'd say that's probably the anomaly or the conundrum with Germany. It is. I think it's I think as a whole, Germany is a liberal country. I think it's very Western. I think feminism runs high. Quite frankly, Angela Merkel's probably the most powerful woman that the world has seen in the century, right? Feminism is real there. So, I think people have to understand what kind of person you're engaging with there, because on the whole, you have so much fun there, means of going out socially and those types of things. But most particularly just German, particularly if they're not, biracial with biracial via an African father, or biracial via a Middle Eastern father, most of those people are by nature going to be, the epitome of Westernized women. And so, it's funny when I was thinking about some of going on this podcast with IP, there's so many exciting things about Germany. It's such a fun place. But, I think in general, German women are feminism is high. And I think, you have that around you. I think back to spending time with my father-in-law who's from Pakistan, and he makes a statement about my wife and her friend, his wife, my mother-in-law and her friends. My mother-in-law is one of her only friends who's married still, who's remained married. She's 42 years she's been married. Most of her friends inevitably were divorced. And I think that this is common in Westernized society living here in the United States. And I think it's also as prevalent, particularly with German. You know, if you're speaking to a German woman, primarily she'll be German. I mean, the perception is blonde hair, blue eyes. There's plenty of brown haired Germans, but if the woman you're speaking to is German, in general, she's probably going to be a little more liberal in how she sees the world, and she's going to be feminism is going to be strong within her and who she is.
Okay, bro. So, okay, is the feminism as bad as it is in America and in the UK? Brother, you're American yourself. You know how bad feminism is there. A lot of women saying they hate men. There is pure hatred towards men. There's women demeaning men in the media, in all areas of life. Is it that kind of feminism there in Germany amongst German women? Because we need to know that, brother. Speak on it, bro.
In my experience, I think that there is. I don't think that is the vitriol nature where it's this everything that's masculine is toxic. I actually think that's the conundrum of Deutschland, the conundrum of Germany. I think that in Germany, I think that there's an attraction to masculinity. I also think that there's an influence, particularly driven by the media, particularly driven by entertainment, that men are bad in general. I think that German women, if anybody who's been here who's married, I think they support it. German women have a tendency to check on you. I mean, they're going to check your phone. Their mentality is that they can check the process. I don't think that it's just nature that every man is bad. And we talk about America and entertainment and in media. I mean, just think about how it is within our own community, and the way that some sisters are just brought up to just distrust us and disrespect us and demean us and belittle us. I don't think that is the same in Germany, but I do think that we would be disingenuous if we pretended that, Germany is not. I mean, it's one of the largest, most affluent Western nations. Women there are going to be Westernized for the most part, which is why I think when you're there, you may want to gravitate to some of the places where there's going to be either that full race or mixture where femininity is seen, which is going to be in the Muslim culture, which is going to be in the Asian culture, which is going to be in most of the African culture, where you're not going to find this same type of, anti-male. But I do think, to IP's point, that it is much more subtle in Germany, and which is why it is such a conundrum of a place to be, because it's so much fun. It's such a great place. German women are beautiful. They're confident. They're aggressive. I mean, I tell guys all the time, you can get shit. Me, I mean, you can get locked down in Germany. I mean, but I think there is by nature. I think if you look overall across the globe, you would have to categorize Germany as a place that's Westernized, and that women in general are feminist.
Yeah, you're right about it being a conundrum. Although I complain about the West, in terms of how it treats men and just how awful it's getting in terms of dating relationships, Germany seems to be the exception. Although it is a Western country, Germany is an exception to many things, which is why I love the country so much. The women there, they love brothers, great economy. It's just different there in Germany. They don't fully follow the Western code that's coming from America, the UK, and Holland. They have their own Western culture, but they don't go too extreme, and that's why I like Germany. So going on, bro. Next question for you, brother, is do you consider? Oh, brother, did you swear earlier on?
What was that?
Did you swear?
Did I swear?
Yeah.
I hope not.
Okay, no, I thought you did. Oh no, you already know, brother. Sorry, bro. I'm trying to keep it PG so YouTube.
Yeah. I hope not. If I did, please, please accept my apologies, everyone. Sorry.
No problem, brother. So Atlanta, based on what you've seen in Germany, do you consider German women to be good looking in a general sense? And if so, tell us the best attributes from what you've seen from German women. So 2 questions for you, brother. Are they good looking German women? and tell us the best attributes that you believe are the best from coming from German women.
I would say hands down, German women are extremely attractive. I think if any of those people who watch the World Cup or anything, they're always highlighting German women. I mean, it's just, just across the crowd. I mean, German women are very beautiful. I also think that whenever you have, significant segments of your society that are biracial, that you have an attractive people that have become, whether it's you're in Brazil or what have you. I think you see when you have generations of biracial people, and this goes back in with large numbers of Black men being in Germany to World War I, and I think that's pushing 100 years now, over 100 years ago from the war. So you've had this kind of influx of biracial culture. Think about you guys when the Syrian refugees were leaving. Many of them went to Turkey and then Germany, and it's just a place that has in a way welcomed others. And to IP's point, it is a bit of a conundrum, because it kind of does sit alone as a Western place. Because one thing about German women is probably their biggest attribute is their self-confidence. And so, part of this thing about, men being bad and men going to do things, I think German women have a confidence about themselves that is very attractive, at least to me. And what I mean by that confidence is that, they don't lose sleep about losing their man. They have a confidence that they're going to keep their man, right? And you're not going to run into this kind of like, oh my gosh, like he's talking to someone. I mean, it's just not that society. And I think, it's known as a very blunt place where people tell you how they feel and tell you what they think. I think the expectation is that. And, I think this kind of blunt culture where people tell you what they think and feel creates a sense of confidence, at least from a relationship standpoint. When I talk about physical attributes that I think are great about German women, I think the physical attributes always go back to the physicality of the country, being what great shape they're in the sense of walking, cities are walkable, riding bikes, those types of things. You generally are going to have a woman with an amazing body in Germany, and that's just is what it is. I mean, you don't see, of course, like every society, there's people who are overweight and those types of things, and I don't think that matters. You don't judge people by that, but I think in Germany, you're going to find people who are in very, very good shape, because you have to be to live normal life there. To it's a walking society. People aren't just driving cars and sitting around, and people are outside. It's just a part of the culture, and I think that's probably the most attractive. Their self-confidence and the fact that from a physical standpoint, that you're going to be, if you're with a German woman, you're going to be in general with someone who who stays and remains in very good shape.
Fantastic intel, brother. I like the fact that you mentioned that German women do check through their boyfriend's phone, because some people have told me that before. When they're in a relationship, they're very into that relationship. They don't want to know that you're cheating, so they'll check your phone, which is fine. But do German women allow their boyfriends to check their phones too? Because it's got to be a two-way street. You can't be checking my phone if I can't check your phone. If you get what I'm saying, brother. So is it a two-way street with German women? So you want to do that?
In my experience, absolutely. And kind of like, you can check my phone. Like, it's kind of like, for me, when I was younger, when I was you guys' age, I was thinking like, oh my God, don't check my phone. But, I've never met, again, I do think that, it is the conundrum of Germany. I think German women want to have relationships. They want to have families. This is a part of the culture. And I do think that, the femininity part and means of preparing meals for people. I mean, I can't go to, there's a sense of hospitality in Germany that I do believe, I agree with IP, that is atypical of most Western cultures. Like you wouldn't go to a German friend's home and ever lift your finger, and it's not going to be your male friend who's serving you. I mean, and this is particularly the case if you're married to someone or dating someone who comes from a family mixed race with the Muslim side. The Muslim family, you would go there and there might be 20 people. If you try to get up, the men are going to stop you, like sit down. Like you don't, oh, well, I would help. No, you don't help. They don't need any help. And I think that this is something that is, for me being an American, it was shocking, and, like I can speak only for my wife, but my wife was kind of raised in this way. And it's just a part of culture. It's a part of who they are. And so I do think that, of course, it's a two-way street. I don't think that you're going to have any difficulty if you want to check your German girlfriend's phone. But I mean, don't be surprised if like, she's tried to get into your emails, or she's tried to get into your phone, or your, or your DMs. Like that's notorious for Germany. Yeah. And it's just a part of who they are. I think if you're dating someone who's like that, I mean, she must really be into you, because she wouldn't care otherwise. So.
Yeah, facts, bro. I've heard that a lot. They want to know that you're not cheating, so they will check everything. I don't know, that could be a good or bad thing. To me, that's pretty bad, because you gotta trust me. But guess what? I don't trust you, so I'm gonna check your phone, but you can't check my phone. That's my program. So if you want to be with me, woman, you need to adhere to my program. So you can't check my phone, but I must check your phone. Simple as that. If not, on to the next lady. All right, so Atlanta, next question for you is, can we speak about jealousy? Actually, no, before we speak about jealousy, so you mentioned that Germans do speak English, but do you feel like we should learn German as well, Atlanta?
Yeah, obviously. I think that it should. I think if you date anyone who is from a different country, who speaks a different language, or they say a different language, their mother tongue, I think it's a matter of respect. At my wedding, for instance, my wedding speech, I spoke in Deutsch. It was pretty bad, to say the least. But I can remember, the look on my father-in-law and my mother-in-law's face. I can remember the look on my wife's grandparents. The pride they had that, I was an American, and, at our reception, I tried to speak, and it was, as you guys can tell, I talk a lot. I mean, so I was to try to speak in Deutsch. They were very, very impressed. I think that that's a sign of respect. I mean, I think that sometimes we don't always do this. I don't know about the UK. We don't always do this in the United States. But, in today's world, you can learn any language. I mean, from Rosetta Stone to Babbel to a variety of other things. You have the tools at a very inexpensive way, and in a very inexpensive way, to try to learn a language. I think it's simply a matter of respect. The great thing about Germany, I don't know if you guys have done one on Israel. Israel is a similar foreign nation that has a primary language outside of English, but everyone speaks English. Germany is just one of those places where, nearly every single person that you'll ever meet speaks English. So, I do think that anywhere you go in the world, when you try to speak their language, even if you don't speak it well, I think people they feel respected, particularly when you're from the United States, because the perception is Americans not going to try. So I think this also helps you in social environments. If you're in a club, if you're in a bar, and you try to speak Deutsch, you try to speak German, and you do it unsuccessfully, you will almost invariably build a conversation with the woman you're speaking to, because she's going to want to know where are you from? Your German's terrible, right? And you'll just kind of start a conversation. And I think that's I think it's a great point for you, IP, to talk about the importance of showing the respect of trying to speak another language. Last thing I'll say, I've done this in French Canada, for those who are in Canada on the podcast. And you can go to places like Montreal and Quebec, and if you don't try to speak French, there's some people who just won't speak to you. If you try to speak French, people will kind of look at you, and then they just start speaking English because they all can, or many of them can. So it's always kind of one of those places, things to do in Germany, I think, across the country. Also, in certain parts of Germany, everybody doesn't have the same type of historic education system, particularly in the eastern part of the country. So, it's very important if you find yourself in the eastern part of the country to, try to speak more German, because there's going to be fewer people. Now, when I say fewer people, I mean maybe 60% of the population speaks English as opposed to 90% of the population.
Fantastic intel, brother. Can I ask you a question? So you said, sorry, hold on. So you've been to Montreal before. I don't want to know too much about Canada yet. Did you say you've been to Montreal, bro, before?
One of my favorite cities in the world, IP.
And bro, we'll keep it very short here, but are they checking for brothers there, the women in Montreal?
There's very few places in the world where they're checking for brothers, where people check for brothers in a less aggressive manner than Montreal. I mean, if those are on the podcast have been there, just hit St. Catharines and call it a day in Montreal.
Yo, my goodness. Hey, bro, I'll reach out to you to speak about Montreal further. I've heard very good things about Montreal, and you've confirmed it for me just now again. But, bro, we'll talk about that later on. Let's keep about Germany. Then we'll all right, bro. Next question for you, brother, is jealousy against black men. And I'll be honest with you, brother. When I was in Germany myself, I met many non-black men who were telling me, yo, the women here in Germany, they love brothers, they love black men. I remember I was in the taxi as well, and he was a Turkish guy. He was telling me, yo, my friend's black, he's got a very nice German girlfriend. The German girls love brothers here. That kind of attention and love we get from German women can breed jealousy and contempt. And in your experience, brother, is there any jealousy towards black men, any hatred towards black men because of the women that we get and just how loved we are in Germany? Speak on that, bro.
My experience, and again, I'm making strong generalizations, which I don't necessarily agree with, but I am making a generalization. I think a lot of it goes to socioeconomics. I think, it's a lot of people. The people who I've run into who have the biggest problem with me in Germany don't speak English. So my wife will tell me that if you don't speak English, it means that you had a problem in school, or that you quit school early, or that something happened. Like, in general, you're not smart, and you're those types of things. So, you have this type of thing where you could be in a bar and you start hearing these words like Afrikaanisch. And that means African, right? And so, it starts to be this type of thing. So again, it's very, very driven by where you sit in the country. It's part of the reason I know IP talked about some of the larger cities. When you go to smaller cities, I think you do run into this a little bit, where people are kind of like, who's this guy? Why is she with him? Those types of things. So these Africans, or these types of things, because you have the same type of vitriol growth that you see in the UK, that you see in the US against different forms of immigrants, or people who, quote unquote, are not supposed to be there, right? I think probably the group that sees it the most in Germany are Turkish people. There's a large part of German society that has been shifted in part to the large influx of Turkish people. And I think you do see a part of white male population that pushes against that. Again, I would state that to be a minority in that population, particularly when it comes to brothers, because again, you're looking at 80 to 100 years of black men being on that soil. There's multiple U.S. bases there. There's obviously tons of black men who are in the U.S. Armed Forces who have been there, who have, the society is kind of, in cities like Hamburg, you're going to have this type of society where people are used to people from, and this goes back to many hundreds of years, it means of multiple centuries, where people from other places have exchanged goods. And just imagine if you're exchanging goods with someone who's from a different place over a period of time, that person becomes okay to you because you build this relationship, this business, this trade, this professional, this interaction, this monetary transfer, this goods and services transfer. So, I think depending on what city you are, it matters. But I do believe in some of the smaller cities and more of the cities towards the east, you may have a city, and I must add, one of the cities in the east I did not include is Leipzig, which is my brother tells me it is one of the greatest places on earth. I've never been there, but my brother tells me that it's a great place to be. is supposedly one of the big places for music scenes. I think the great composer Bach was from this area, and it's very famous for in the eastern part of Germany. But again, the further east you go, the fewer people that are going to speak English, the fewer people are going to be engaged. It's much more a homogenous society. The more east you go in Germany, the wider it gets towards the Polish border. And, you're not going to have as many people who are from other descents. And you really you don't see this jealousy from women. You see it more from men, especially, sometimes men who are projected to sit lower in the socioeconomic pecking order there.
Okay, brother. So this kind of relates to my question. So shout out to CJ for the $2 super chat. Thank you, bro. That is much appreciated. CJ says, are skinheads a problem in Germany? Speak on that, Atlanta.
I've seen stories of skinheads in Germany. I've never encountered a skinhead in Germany. And I'll give you an example. They're there. It's just like skinheads are there here in the United States. I can't speak for the UK. But, to make the false assumption that these elements in society don't exist would be foolish, right? Have I encountered them? No. If you go to Hamburg, you have a company, a soccer team called HSV. They're a big soccer club. You also have a soccer club called St. Pauli's that is in near the harbor. And St. Pauli's skinheads and they're called hooligans. They just line up across from each other after the soccer game and just start fighting. And there's all these elements that are in. You see it on television. I mean, for me, I have not run to this space to see the hooligans and the skinheads fight, for concern of now safety of my family. We have children. But, you do hear about these elements. And so I know they exist in Germany. I know they exist in much of Europe. But I've been all over Europe. I've never, encountered this swelling of skinheads. The same as alcohol. I mean, I live in Georgia in the United States. I haven't encountered the Ku Klux Klan. Do the Ku Klux Klan exist in Georgia and parts of the South and all over the United States? Of course they do. But do I find myself in places where I would perceive it to be a problem? Would I say to you, if you come to Atlanta, are skinheads a problem? Of course they're not. It's as one of the highest number of Black people in the country who live here. Is it a problem? No. But do they exist? I do know and understand they exist. And, have, like when I'm in the United States with those elements, I try to stay away from them. I do the same in Germany. Have I encountered them in the places that I've been? I'm never in a place in Germany where I run into skinheads and those types of things.
Thank you, brother. Next question I have for you is, do you consider German women to be submissive in your experience, bro?
I would say the honest answer has to be no. German women are some of the most strong-willed women on earth. And I think anyone who tells you otherwise is not being honest with you. German women are very strong-willed. I think that strong will works to positive or negative. That strong will drives not caring what anyone thinks. If she sees a brother that she thinks is hot, that she wants to be with, like she could care less what people think. I think that strong will also is different in the house. I would say that in my experience, I'm married to a German woman, but I've dated other German women. German women are much more strong-willed than even U.S. women. I would actually compare it more to strong-willed Black women in the United States, but it's at an all-time high. The other thing about German women is, that's where you have the femininity where a German woman is going to take care of you in the house. You also have the Western feminism where a German woman wants to be successful. Most people have known or know this at least, or may or may not, but Germans are known around the globe to be some of the hardest working people. You'll hear this about German, about Swiss, about Austrian, that they're workaholics, right? And I think that's applicable. I don't think that that's just a rumor. Like that rumor comes from a reason. If you work in the workplace with German people, they're going to be the first people in, they're going to be the last people out. That's kind of how they roll, right? And so that does not come across as very feminine. And I think sometimes the strong will of the German woman to say that she's submissive, I think she's submissive physically. To say that she's submissive in means of the way they want the household and those types of things, you'd be crazy if you think a German woman doesn't want her household to be German. And in the same way that we in the United States and those guys, folks in the UK, think the way we do it is the best and the way that we do it is right. In my experience, German people are just as strong. They say that the way we do it is right and you should do it our way. And, I think that, that fits into the conundrum of dating and or marrying a German woman.
Okay, bro. Ideally, I'm not into that strong-willed stuff by a woman, simply because these strong-willed women would be radical feminists based on what I've seen in America and the UK. But for Germany is an exception to everything. But in terms of being strong-willed, can I expect her to keep my house in order, cook for me, look after children, be feminine for me, to me? Because I want my woman to be feminine. I want my wife, I want my serious girlfriend to be feminine. Can I expect that from her? Cook every time, do the housework, just be a lady? Is that something that I can expect from a German woman, brother?
I've never met any German household where the woman wasn't over the top hospitable. You don't see it here in the United States in this way where, and again, that's where the conundrum comes, because you're going to have this kind of protection of household and seeing it as a duty. You have families in Germany and in a way in Germany where there is an expectation of masculinity from the man, and you have these roles as a man, and a woman has these roles as a woman, and taking care of the house is certainly that. Cooking, cleaning, washing clothes, making up bed, all these types of things. And it's not like my wife is unique. I mean, in that there's many German women who are this way. I think the challenge comes in, particularly, if you're in a longer relationship, when you're younger, your spouse doesn't have as many workplace responsibilities. As you get older in your career, you become a vice president of a Fortune 500 company, or senior vice president, or COO, or CEO. Then those types of things it changes the dynamic in your household. And I would say, in my experience, and I've had these conversations with many people who are married. My kids go to international school. They take the German track language. So everyone I know is married to a German woman from that school and means of the fathers. Like these women, there is this sense in Germany of work, and that there is glory in work and working hard. And as you get further in your career, my wife's career, you're going to have this type of struggle, because your wife is going to want to work, and German women thrive. I mean, they as a generalization, they're going to thrive in the workplace because they're the hardest workers. And so you kind of run into this from a spousal and a family scenario, because the more she works, her job is going to pull her away from that. But I would say in general, a German woman, particularly those dating a German woman, the early days of dating a German woman, there's nothing better. It's why so many guys marry German women. It's why so many guys move to Germany, because these women are going to take care of like your every need and your household's every need. It's hard to put into words.
This is great intel. So you would consider German women to be wifeable based on what you just said, Atlanta?
I would say without doubt. I would also put an asterisk by this, because you have to find the right woman, because I wouldn't. It's not a place. The podcast, which was a classic, an instant classic on Saudi women. Almost every Saudi woman is going to be submissive by nature. This is not the case in Germany. You're going to have to find the right one. So, and you're going to have a good time finding her while you're there in Germany. But I do believe you have, pockets that are almost can't miss areas. For instance, we've mentioned some of the aforementioned, biracial groups, some of the aforementioned, ethnic groups that are there. It's almost can't miss, because in those households and those societies, it is taught. So the taking care of the household and those types of areas of femininity are a part of culture. I do think that, there's a part of hospitality and roles, gender roles that are a normal part of society in Germany. And you see that. And, it's just, so I think like many wifeable women in Germany, would I say that just because you set foot on soil in Germany, is everyone wifeable? No. And I think that applies to most places, particularly if you're looking for the types of femininity, because you're going to have Western influences, you're going to have feminism, and it's what is the conundrum of Germany, of Deutschland.
Thank you, brother. I've got a super chat here from Frank Harris, $10. He says this brother is speaking facts. Absolutely. Brother Atlanta Scorpion is speaking absolute facts. Brothers, this kind of intel you won't get anywhere. Again, shout out to Frank Harris for that $10 super chat. Much appreciated, Frank. As I was saying, brothers, you won't get any intel from anywhere else, so I appreciate Atlanta Scorpion for taking the time out to give this intel. Brothers, to support this channel and the messages, please hit the like button, comment, and super chat when you can. That'll be much appreciated. Atlanta, how can we spot women who have high body counts? Me personally, there's no way I'm wifing a woman who has a high body count. Preferably she has to be a virgin, or very little body counts. Because women are different from men in terms of how we do things. I don't want her sleeping with anyone in her past. Very minimal, if it's the case. But brothers, how Atlanta Scorpion, how do we spot women who have high body counts in Germany?
For me, I think the best way to do it isn't to engage with people. I think, I don't know that you can look at someone in today's world and come to any kind of assumption. And I would always encourage people to never assume anything. So, I think there could be, someone who looks a specific way, you would say, man, that chick has a high body count. And she, in fact, does not. I think there should be someone who you perceive to be the most conservative person in the world, and she may have an ungodly number of body counts. And I think that's a part of the glory of the journey, particularly for brothers like yourself, IP, who are traveling the globe. Like you get to meet people, you get to learn about people, and sometimes your assumptions, couldn't be further from the truth, and sometimes your assumptions are spot on. So not to ride the fence on this, I don't know. I'm 47 years old. I don't know how you identify that without engaging with people. And I think that's the great thing about, getting your passport. That's the great thing about traveling the world, is you get to learn about people. And ironically, the world gets to learn about you. And so that's what, the great thing about this podcast and the message that you're, passing on to brothers to go and see the world, to go and see that there's something beyond what we've been told is the only thing in our culture, and then make decisions for yourself.
Thank you, brother. Can we speak about what's it called? What's next on my list of questions? Social media. In what you've seen, brother, and what you've heard from your German friends, is social media a problem? Because obviously, social media has destroyed dating in the West. A lot of women who are 4s think they're 10s because they got guys in her DMs calling her a queen, the most beautiful girl on earth, even though she's a fat slob. But bro, is social media a problem, in Germany, especially amongst dating, and it gassing up the heads of German women? So, once a woman gets 10,000 subscribers, she thinks she's a queen. She treats men bad. But is that the same case in Germany? Do they remain humble even though they have a lot of followers on IG? Speak on that, bro.
In my experience, first of all, when I was single dating, there was no Instagram. I know this may come as a surprise for some of you younger guys. There was, I think, when I was in the end of my dating stages, Facebook was huge, but there was no Instagram, and I think Twitter may have, 2010, somewhere around there, 2011. Twitter came about around the time I got married. So I would say this about social media, about who people are in Germany. Germany is notoriously one of the most blunt societies, along with the Netherlands and others on earth. People are very, very straightforward. It wouldn't be unlike someone to actually tell you that you are good looking or not good looking. I don't believe that many German people live in fantasy because the society is so blunt. Are there social media stars there just like there here? Of course there are. It's a westernized society. Do people do things to try to get, likes and try to get followers and those types of things? You still have a part of segment that's going to watch, different types of, they have the same types of reality shows that we have and those types of things. That is a part and a segment of Germany because it's one of the most famous westernized societies in the world. But I do think the average German people are very, very blunt and very direct about who they are and what they are. I think people are very comfortable in their skin. It's one of the most valuable assets, I think, of that society. I do think that confidence is high among women, especially attractive women. Like they are confident women, confident people, and it's just a part of German culture. But I don't believe that people who are 4s believe they're 10s. That's not common in Germany, where some parts of our society, particularly in our own culture in the United States, people have gotten an uncomfortable comfort with a disturbing comfort with, being, a woman at 220 pounds and saying that she's an 8 or 9 or 10, or, this kind of concept of, I'm thick, but I weigh more than a man. Those types of things are not common in Germany. If you weigh more than a man, you understand that and accept that for what it is. There's not this type of thing like Lizzo saying she's going to date Drake. It's just crazy. And that's not common, I don't think, among German society. I'm sure it exists in parts of it, but the average person is very direct. It's a very in-your-face directness. It's a society where, as a man or woman, if you gain weight, someone would say, "Hey, IP, you've gained weight. You need to lose a little weight." Like, whoa. No, but that's Germany. I mean, and that's just how it is.
I like what I'm hearing about them being blunt and direct, but I want to shift that towards dating. So if a German woman, likes you, she like what she sees from you, how you act, she's attracted to you, will she tell you to your face and tell you, "I like you"? And is that very common in Germany? A German woman saying that she likes someone directly?
This is a great question. And sometimes when you ask these questions, IP, I wonder how many times you've been in Germany. It sounds like you have great intel in the society. I'll tell this story. My wife and I tell our friends this. My first trip to Germany, my wife and I were dating, or excuse me, my first trip with her, we were dating, and we were at one of her best friend's wedding. And at her wedding, my wife, there's a period where the kind of the maids of honor kind of do something with the bride. And so in Germany, if you guys know this or not, the weddings are notorious to go all night. And when I mean all night, my wedding, I got married at about 2:00 p.m. in the afternoon, and our reception ended at 5:30 a.m. And I can remember my parents saying, "There's no way we'll stay up this long." And I remember looking at my dad when it was over, and he was like, "Is it really 5:30?" Like, I mean, it's a party of mammoth proportions. And I don't just say this about my wedding. I've seen this at other weddings. I've been to over 10 weddings in Germany. This first wedding that I went to, I drank so much with some of the guys. I actually told my wife, "I need to go to the room. I'm going to pass out. Like, I can't tell these guys I can't drink anymore." And we drank this thing called aquavit. And I was like, "Oh my gosh, like I'm going to die." And then when I came back, my wife was I said, "Well, has anyone seen my wife?" And they said, "Oh, she's with the bride. Like they're doing this deal." And they were explaining what they were doing. At that time, a woman came up to me, a blonde woman, and she looked me right in the face and said, "Are you serious about your girlfriend?" I thought it was a trap or something.
Damn.
I thought, why is she asking me this question? And so she said, "Do you want to dance?" And I was like, I'm with my girlfriend. Well, are you guys in a serious relationship? Because if you're not, I would like to dance with you.
Damn.
And so I told her, yes, we're in a serious relationship. I really thought like maybe this was like a joke, like maybe she was going to record it and tease me about it later, or try to say something, because this unbelievably attractive blonde woman walks up to me, and I'm thinking like, yeah, I want to dance with this girl, but I'm thinking like, you're in the United States, you kind of dance with who brought you, so to speak. And so it was just very interesting. And I've seen this in other places, in restaurants we've been. I remember when we got engaged and I didn't have a ring, and women coming up to me and saying like, are you serious with her? Like, I mean, or do you want to like come talk to me? And just coming right up to you. And that's what I always try to explain to brothers about Germany. In Germany, it's not uncommon for a woman to express her interest in you. It's not uncommon. And I think that's where I go back to the confidence. You have to have confidence as a person to do this, but I don't think it's uncommon for a person to express interest in you and it not being a big deal. If you're not interested, okay, that's fine. I'll just keep it moving. If you are interested, like, hey, like, this is who I am. Like, what's the deal? And so I think that's, again, we talk about conundrums in Germany. That's part of the conundrum. But that same confidence that you have in that 20-something woman, you're going to have that same type of confidence and sort of bullheadedness when that woman is 45 and, it's you or her that have to do something. And it's kind of that thing. So it's just part of life. But I think, from a social aspect in Germany, I've never been to a place, minus the Netherlands, where women are so confident in expressing their interest to you, minus the Netherlands and parts of Canada like Montreal and Vancouver.
Yep, this brother is speaking absolute facts. You would get that kind of confidence definitely in Vancouver. I've been to Vancouver before, and the women there were very confident and very direct. And I'm also hearing it also happens in Montreal. Brothers, the intel you're getting here, brothers, I'm telling you, you will not get anywhere else. This kind of intel, brothers, that you're getting right now before you're traveling, this is setting you up to have a good time in all these countries. You need to support this channel. I'm not even joking, brothers. I'm not even joking anymore. I need your support, because the time I have to reach out to these people, the setups I have to do, the cameras, the sound, the audio, bro, it's a lot of work, brothers. So I need your support. Hit the like button, comment, and send through some more super chats, because I've been doing this for a couple of years now. I've been giving you brothers free intel. Other people are charging for this kind of intel. I've seen it online. If you want to get a good intel before you travel to a country, they're charging hundreds of dollars. Me, I'm giving to you guys for free, completely free. So please support this channel however you can. It's much appreciated, because there's a lot of work that goes on my end. I do a lot of hard work. I reach out to a lot of people. I do a lot of research, and I drop game for you brothers. Okay? Please support however you can. Thank you very much for that, Atlanta. I've got a couple more questions for you, bro, before I open up the phone lines. Next one is clubs and bars. Speak on that, Atlanta. Are clubs and bars a good place to meet dime German women that are checking for brothers? And what clubs and bars do you recommend brothers should go to? If you can give us some names, that you've been to, that you had a great time. Speak on that, brother.
I think that's a great question. I think in means of bars, bars in Germany, they're not going to be the same that you would find, I think, in most major cities. I speak specifically about cities like Atlanta, Nashville, Houston, Dallas, Miami, Tampa, Washington, D.C., New York City. And I mean, just bars. I'm not talking about a mixture of a club and a bar, just a bar. I think the German bars are much more open air, so to speak, where you have kind of like this open air aspect. Of course, it gets very cold, so you have bars that are inside, but it's not the average bar in Germany is not this way. Where I've always liked to go is to the bars that people might say are more exclusive. And Germany has bars that are much more exclusive than what I often find in most U.S. cities. Places like New York, Chicago, LA are partially the exception, but they have numerous private bars. I do believe when you travel from the United States, I'm sure the same applies for the UK. You can get into these private bars quite easily. You simply say, "Hey, I'm traveling from Atlanta. I've heard your bar is great. Can I go?" And these bars are like in unmarked places, and you go inside, and the place is unbelievable, and the crowds of people are unbelievable, and it's just some of the most beautiful people, women you've seen. The same is applicable for clubs. They have private clubs that you go into. I must say, IP, I've stayed away from those clubs for just marriage posterity sake for well over 8 years. Mm-hmm. I can do research and find out some of the great names and be happy to share, because I was blown away at the club aspect of both Berlin, Hamburg. I've been in Munich before and just been awestruck by what I've seen. The same is applicable for Dusseldorf, Essen, as well as Cologne. Those are just great places from a social aspect to go out. But I think the bar scene is very, very diverse. It kind of fits everyone. If you kind of like just more of a hole in the wall kind of bar, it's there. I do think, like the UK, for those of you who've been to Europe, there's many more males in bars than you might find in the United States. I think, the ratio of men to women is going to be greater men to women in many European cities than you have in American cities. I think women are less apt sometimes to just go to a quote unquote bar. I think the clubs are like open season. It's a very similar environment to what we see in the United States. And maybe the odds tilted more women to men in Germany. But, I think you have a little bit of it all. You have, bars that, you just kind of go in as a jeans and t-shirt. You have places, live music and those types of things are very popular in Germany. So, you have those types of things that you go, and then you're going to have, bars where there's going to be a very, very exclusive space, where you have to have a coat to walk into the bar. In my life, that's the kinds of bars I've been kind of attracted to. If you're a guy on this podcast who likes cigar bars, cigars are great in Germany. They get Cuban cigars legally. I mean, the bars are immaculate. The leather seating, the people that are there. I could just go on and on. But to IP's question, the bar scene is great. It means a specificity about places that I've gone. I'd have to do research because I've been married for over 10 years now, and I have our oldest is an 8-year-old child. And when we go back to Germany now, it's just to hang out with in-laws, and people would look at me quite sideways if I was going to bars right now.
So to speak about more, so when the time when you were a single man going to bars, how were the women treating you? I'm guessing, were they approaching you in bars? Were they giving you, were they making it known that they wanted you to approach them? Were they giving you attention? Speak on that aspect, Atlanta.
It's a great question, and hopefully some guys in the chat have opportunities to communicate with each other. I have to say, you had a caller I think it was last week, maybe a week or 2 weeks ago, who had met a German woman, I think in South Africa, and said they moved to Hamburg. And he actually said, I think he suggested that it wasn't that way. I was shocked, actually. I mean, I almost passed out listening to it because, this gentleman was only expressing his experience. In my experience, Germany is one of the few places I've ever been to on earth, minus some of the aforementioned places that I mentioned, where you actually don't have to speak. They come to you. And I think that's what people have to understand about Germany. I mean, I think if you dress well in who you are, but I mean, you don't have to dress like myself or IP, but I think if you're a confident brother and you're just out and about in Germany, German women are not afraid to come talk to you. And I think when you go to the bar scene and club scene, I would consider it, like it's almost like one of these things. If I were a travel agent and everyone on this podcast said, well, hey, you know what, Atlanta Scorpion, we're going to buy from you and we're going to travel to Germany and go out, I would almost say to you, you would have a money back guarantee if you go to bars and women don't approach you. I would just be shocked. I mean, I'm 47 years old. I mean, I have graying hair. Any place I go to restaurants with my brothers-in-law and my father-in-law in Germany, and people are coming up to you. I mean, because in the United States, we wear our wedding ring on the left finger. In Germany, your wedding ring's on your right finger, in other parts of Europe. So the perception is I must be single. I don't have anything on my right finger. My wife tells me sometimes to put it on my right finger because they just come up and talk to you. They want to know, who are you? Where are you from? So, the bar scene, and this is at restaurants. I mean, so you can only imagine what bars are like. When we go to restaurants that are, very popular restaurants with a bar attached to it, you get it even more, and people, my brothers-in-law kind of laugh and they tell me they're going to tell my wife, their older sister. But it's like one of those things, like you're going to get attention. And, when I'm with my brothers-in-law, I mean, they're half Pakistani, half German. So, they look like they're from the Middle East, and people want to talk to them and talk to us. And we're all married, of course, but it's just one of those places that you get a lot of attention and means of going out. And it's not a lot of work that you have to do. I think if you do your due diligence and means of learning what clubs are and learning what bars are, but if you basically any 5-star hotel in Europe, anywhere in Europe, you're going to usually have a pretty nice bar attached to it. And at that bar, you're going to have some of the most beautiful women you've ever seen. And in Germany, unlike some other places, it's not considered socially unacceptable for that woman to come up and talk to you and just learn who you are.
Yeah, brother, speaking facts again. So Germany is the only country where a woman bought me a drink. I went to a bar, I just sat down, I was looking through the menu, and then the bartender puts a drink right in front of me. I told the bartender, I did not order that drink, please take it back. And then the bartender points to the left of me and he says that woman bought it for you. She wants to speak to you. It was crazy. That's never happened to me in the UK, in America, only in Germany. Like I said, brothers, Germany, although in the West, there's many exceptions to Germany that doesn't align to the whole Western culture. Germany is a great country. It's a hotspot for brothers. I've got a couple of super chats, Atlanta. Give me a few minutes, bro. Shout out to Black Carol for the $2 super chat. Thank you, Black Carol. Much appreciated. He says, is it a good time to go to Germany in 2021? I can answer that. No. Personally, I feel like because of the whole coronavirus crisis, there's a lot of things closed. You won't get the full experience. And I personally feel like 2022 is when it's going to be a great year for traveling. In the meantime, I wouldn't go anywhere in 2021 unless that country has all the restrictions removed and there's no restrictions on there. I think Germany still has some restrictions, so I wouldn't go in 2021, brother. But again, thank you for the super chat. I have a super sticker / super chat from Marvel or DC, $299. Thank you very much, brother, for the super sticker. It is much appreciated. I have another super chat from Bella Jalal. Thank you very much, Bella Jalal, for the $5 super chat. He says, just supporting great intel, brother. Thank you again for the super chat, brother. It is much appreciated. I have another super chat from Victor Von Doom for the $20 super chat. Victor Von Doom, thank you very much for the super chat. He says, shout out to IP and Atlanta Scorpion for the intel. Another classic live stream. Yes, indeed, another classic live stream. Thank you, brother, for the $20 super chat. It is much appreciated. I have another super chat. Sorry, bro. From Sean M. Thank you very much for the super chat, Sean M. $10. Sean M says, great intel. Yes, indeed, brother. Sean M, thank you very much for watching. And thank you for the super chat again, Sean M. It is much appreciated. I have another super chat from Victor Von Doom, the second for the night. Thank you, Victor Von Doom, for the super chat, $10. Victor Von Doom says, I heard the brother mention Buenos Aires earlier. Have you been to Argentina? I've heard some conflicting intel about this country, so I'm very curious about what he has to say. Atlanta, please don't give too much detail about Argentina, but have you been there before, brother?
Absolutely. And I think Victor's, his super chat is spot on. I think that it is a conflicted place. And, I don't think Buenos Aires is a place with beautiful, beautiful people and beautiful women. But it is not what Germany is, in my opinion, in my experience, for brothers. But I will add this, that Argentina does have a very, very historically large population of German-speaking people. So you guys may Google that or research that on your own. But many Germans fled to Argentina during World War II, some to get away from the Nazis. And there's belief that many of those who were associated with the Nazi Party, including conspiracy theories about Hitler himself, supposedly moved to Argentina. So you do have this rather large German population that is in Argentina. But Victor, I would agree wholeheartedly. If I were advising any brother on places to go and it came down to Buenos Aires and about 15 German cities, I would say pack your bags for Deutschland.
All right. Thanks for that intel, bro. I'll speak to you about Argentina directly, and we'll see what we can do about that, Atlanta. Shout out to Thomas Demihin. Again, thank you, Victor Von Doom, for that super chat. Shout out to Thomas Demihin for the £1.79 super chat. He says, legendary live stream, Germany is on the list. Thank you, bro, for the super chat. Yes, Germany is indeed on the list. Once again, thank you to Thomas Demihin for the super chat, another regular supporter. I have a super chat from the legendary Conrad Grant, who is also a common supporter. He's donated, he's super chatted, sorry, $2. He has super chatted $2. Shout out to Conrad Grant. He says, international passport, this stream is fire. Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, brother. Thank you again, Conrad Grant. Let's carry on with the stream. 10 more minutes and I will open up the phone lines for brothers to ask Atlanta Scorpion questions. Atlanta Scorpion, can you please speak on STDs and flip? Okay, can you please speak on online dating? I know you've been married for quite some time, but in your experience and what you've heard from other men who are dating in Germany, is online dating a good avenue to meet German women or no?
I think if online dating is what you're comfortable with, I think Germany is a great place for that as well. Again, very westernized society, very it's the fourth largest economy in the world. It's United States, China, Japan, Germany, UK. I mean, those are the richest countries on earth. I mean, so again, I don't think that online dating is a bad thing, particularly with German women, due to their own self-confidence. So I think the German women who are online and dating, I don't think they lack for confidence. I don't think that they hide from it. I mean, I think that it's just a part of what, I mean, actually, I would probably imagine that online dating is probably as almost a necessity in Germany, because German women, especially those in the professional space, they're notorious for working so hard. Like, they're people who are going to spend extra hours in the office, particularly if they were single. I mean, they'll get takeout, which is, IP can confirm to those in America, is much more common in the UK for somebody to just order takeout, right? Yeah. And it's especially if you go to UK where IP is from, it's just, it's not uncommon for German women to be among, the hardest workers on earth, particularly in the professional space. So I'm sure many of them use online dating apps and those types of things. So, which were not quite as big as they are now when I was single. But, I mean, I would imagine that if I were single and going to Germany, I would certainly be, use that as part of my diversified approach, to meet people. And I think you'll find, I would imagine you'd find really great looking women. But it goes back to the confidence that the German people have and the German women have. And, if they see something they like, they're going to go after it. So I would imagine that would be the same with online dating.
Thank you very much for that intel, brother. Our next question to you is, are STDs and STIs a problem in Germany?
I don't think so at all. I mean, I think it's a society that is very, very open about their sexuality. I don't think it's uncommon for those who are met. I mean, it's not uncommon for a German woman when her menstrual cycle begins, that the mother would take her to get birth control. It's a part of society. I think if you look at some of the teen pregnancy numbers and a variety of those things, they're lower in Germany than they are in many Western society. Not because necessarily that the whole society is abstinent. It's just protection and those types of things are just openly spoken about much more than they are in parts of the United States. I live IP in the southern part of the United States where you won't have sex education in school because parents would. It's what's we call our area the Bible Belt, and parents would not feel comfortable about this. So this is not the case in Germany, where when at a very young age people are open about speaking about being safe and using the use of contraception and those types of things. Even in Germany, the drinking age, people can drink beer and wine at 16 years old. I mean, I've been on trains with my wife and thought to myself, like, that child's too young to have alcohol. And she's like, well, no, they can drink when they're 16, and they're probably 14 or 15 and told them they were 16, right? And they just gave them beer and wine, and those types of things. So I think the society is very open about some of the things that are supposedly taboo here in the United States. I think most of us know that most people drink before they're 21 in the United States. Most people do a lot of other things. So I think the STD numbers, I'd be curious to see what they were. I'm a big fan of data, and I'd be interested to see what those real numbers are. But I can't imagine that it would be high there in Germany, because it's definitely a society where people are very well versed in contraception, and it's more of an expectation than the exception.
Thank you for that intel, brother. Do you think, actually, are German women materialistic like Western women? We know in America and the UK, women say they want Birkin bags, the man has to buy a Gucci bag, all that flipping nonsense, spending all your money on designer clothes. Are German women materialistic from what you've seen, Atlanta Scorpion?
I would say absolutely. It's a society of excess in the sense of people like very nice things, and actually I think Germany may be a place where you see more of these types of bags because this is just sort of a way of life in Germany. I do think Germans are extremely fiscally responsible. I would say fiscally conservative. In a lot of ways, I think they save a lot of money to get what they want. I think German people will pass on years of vacation to get a Chanel bag. I think that those are the types of things. I do think that, that there is a sort of materialism that you don't see in other parts of the world. That it's not, I have to have this at a specific age or something like that. You do have that very much like the United States, very much like, and again, think about the most affluent countries in the world. Think about the largest economies: United States, China, Japan, UK, France. Germany's going to be in that same conversation. So I don't think, again, it goes back to the conundrum of Deutschland. Germany's known as one of the most fiscally conservative countries in the world, certainly in Europe. But it's also a place where, you do have the materialistic excesses. I'd be dishonest to say otherwise.
Thank you, brother. And can I speak to you about cold approaching? Do German women like being cold approached? And how should brothers cold approach? If so, and what should we say based on what you've seen and your experience, brother?
I think that's a great question. And I do think that, could you cold approach a woman, just walk up and start talking to her? I think the answer is yes and no. I mean, I think a German woman, if she doesn't like what you're doing, she's going to tell you. There's not going to be this sense of like in the United States where it's not polite to tell someone to go kick rocks. Like if a German woman thinks you should go kick rocks, she's going to tell you to go kick rocks. And I think that historically, if you think about some of the generalizations of German women, is that, oh, these are these cold women. I think they're cold when they want to be, right? I think that, if you approach a woman just out of the blue and talk to her, I do believe that, particularly as a brother, particularly as an American, I do think there's a curiosity that will almost invariably start a conversation. You have to do it in the right way, of course. I mean, you don't just grab people on the side of the street. You have to, have, some sort of process to what you're doing, some sort of plan. But, again, I don't think you just grab women off the street. However, I do think that you can approach someone who's a complete stranger just out of the blue. You have to do it in the right way. In my experience, just to answer your question another way, IP, I'm approached by people in the middle of the street in Germany. So I would certainly assume that I could do the same to a woman that I might have interest in. Do it the right way.
And when those women approach you, what do they say to you? Do they say, like, what are you doing here? Or do they compliment you on your dress sense? So what's the first line they say to you, brother?
It's great. I mean, it's a lot of different types of things. So some of the things are, what are you doing here? Do you live here? Types of things. I've never seen you here before. Are you, where are you visiting from? Right. And, and any even direct questions like, are you American? Right. Are you from the United States? I'm from, Atlanta, and I might have a Georgia Bulldog, collared shirt with a G on it. What does that mean? And then I've had people who I've been traveling and had a T-shirt and a hat on that's Atlanta. Are you from Atlanta? And it's just like small things. And so I'm thinking, like, this Braves, you know baseball? Well, I met someone before who, this is the Braves, right? Yeah, this is your baseball team, like cricket. Like, no. So it's just like a conversation, but you'd be amazed at what people say and I've had people ask me directly, is my girlfriend here? Are you here with a girlfriend? No, I'm actually here with my mother-in-law. She's over there. Like, or no, I'm not. I'm just here with my 8-year-old, my 5-year-old child. Like, it's just different things that you say, but people come to you kind of from, just like guys they come from you from all over the place. But again, like I do think it's a healthy, curiosity. I haven't had, people who are, I feel any other way than they're curious about me. They're curious about, kind of my approach, I think, in general, around the globe, Black men are considered to have a confidence, a swagger about ourselves. And I think that there's a large segment of women, particularly in Germany, that are very, very attracted to that. And, I think that you can cold approach, and I think women don't be surprised just because of some of the norms in their society if a woman approaches you. And, I'd just be cool with it and go with it and see where it goes.
Thank you, brother. Shout out to Naeem Abdul Ayad for the $2 super chat. He says 100% flames. Thank you, bro. I'm glad you are enjoying the live stream. So I've got like 4 more questions for you, Atlanta, before I open up the phone lines. The next one for you is nightlife. So although we spoke about clubs and bars, but in general, I know the nightlife in Berlin is crazy because I've been there before. But in your experience, brother, how is the nightlife for you? And is it a good area to just randomly meet women? A woman come up to you, or you go up to women? How's the whole vibe like for the nightlife in Germany, brother?
I think the German nightlife is among the best in the world. I would, in many ways, across the board, top to bottom, I would consider it better than the United States. There are anomalies. I don't think that there are very many places that you could go outside of, say, Miami or Las Vegas. I mean, the nightlife is classic. It's massive there. But I mean, top to bottom, I mean, I just don't know outside of some of the aforementioned places that you can have a better time. And the great thing about Germany is you don't have to just go to 1 to 3 cities. I mean, Germany, if you guys just Google largest cities in Germany, Germany has maybe 15 cities that real population is 600,000 plus. I mean, the metro population may be approach 1 million in like 15 cities. Like that's how broad the population is in a number of places. So you can find yourself in a lot of places in Germany that are going to have insane nightlife. And, I mean, I can remember back to the time my friends and I spent in Germany before my wedding. I mean, these guys didn't want to go home. Like, they didn't want to go home. Like, they wanted to just keep partying. I mean, actually, some of them suggested that they go out and party another night instead of attend our reception. I was like, dude, you got to come to the reception. Like, this is going to be a problem if you don't come to the reception. You got to come. Like, dude, I got to go out another night, and they met this person who worked in the airline industry, or this person who worked in energy, or this person who worked in entertainment. Like, it was such a broad range of people. And I'm talking about these guys, it wasn't like they were going out, like beating the door down. It was just, we just showed up. I mean, we just showed up, and it was these women who just, kind of had to meet us and had to spend time with brothers. So I think the nightlife I would use the term be very relaxed in Germany, because you don't have to go overabundance to try to meet a lot of people, because people are going to come to you. I think if you are very outgoing, I think the place is like a treasure trove. Like, it's almost like you're like one of these explorers who's a marine biologist who's found like sunken treasure or something. Like, there are just very few places like it. The nightlife is very fun. People like to have fun in Germany. They work hard, they play hard, and it's just a great place to be, and a great place to really just experience life and experience a diverse range of people. And I would like to comment on that, IP. The other thing about Deutschland that's so unique is it's such a diverse range of people, and diverse range of people. I think, as you can hear by myself and IP and some of the other brothers who've in the super chat, it's a diverse range of ideas. You have some very liberal ideas and very heavy feminists. You have some very conservative ideas, and very, where femininity is as high as you find in some of the places with the highest femininity in the world, whether it be the Middle East or Africa. So you're going to find that. You'll find it also with some of the people who are just German women. Like, there's this femininity, and you'll also find German women who have, it'll be like, as Kevin Samuels told, it'll be like 75% of Black women who never get married. They just work and die with their cat and die alone. It's a very diverse space with diverse women, diverse people, and people who work very hard in what they do, who look forward to the weekends and have a good time. And it's a place where I just think a brother can just have really, if you spend time there and have confidence in yourself, you'll probably have the time of your life.
Thank you very much, brother. Shout out to JM for the $5 super chat. He says, great interview, IP. Thanks for the intel, Atlanta Scorpion. Once again, brother, thank you for the super chat. It is much appreciated. Can I speak to you about, so keeping it on the nightlife, what cities did you have the best fun in, the best fun with in terms of the nightlife, Atlanta?
The cities I'd stick with the city, Munich, Hamburg. Munich's the third largest city. Hamburg, Berlin, Cologne, Essen, Dusseldorf, Frankfurt. I think if you kind of, and when I say Essen and Dusseldorf, they're basically the same city. The cities border each other. Both have about 500,000 people, I think. But if you kind of circle this kind of space between, Berlin being the capital, Hamburg, the second largest city, Munich in the south, Cologne, Frankfurt being the business capital in the city. Most people think Frankfurt's a little boring, but from a business perspective, if you go, you're there you have kind of business attire, you're going to meet people, and then Essen and Dusseldorf. So if you kind of approach it from those kind of 6 cities, I think that you're going to have. You can close your eyes and just pick the cities out of a hat. You're going to have a great time. Particularly in the 3 largest being Berlin, Hamburg, and Munich. I think different people have, bucket list of things that they want to do. I think every brother should get in the best possible shape he can ever get in and go to Oktoberfest and spend about a week and a half there. And I don't think that you all would be doing interviews about Germany. I mean, it's Oktoberfest. If you guys look it up on YouTube or whatever, I mean, it's insane. I mean, and it's an unbelievable environment just to really enjoy. The nightlife in Germany is very our culture is all over the place. I mean, people love our culture. People love our music. People in Germany love who we are as Black people, and I think that is realized in spades in the nightlife there.
Keeping it on the music and culture, we know that hip hop is very big, and because of that, the N-word use has unfortunately been commercialized and popularized. In your experience, do Germans say the N-word? Have you been called the N-word before? Have you heard the N-word when you're walking around? Because personally, I don't say it myself. I hate the word. It's a word that no one should be using. I don't care if you change the ER to an A. I don't care if it's in music or films. No one should be using that word. So speak on that, Atlanta.
I tell you, I've not encountered people who use the word. It's the word it's negro, which is more like a Negro there. I think for us, there's a adoration of our culture. As much as hip hop is popular, as is R&B. Some of the most popular singers who only sing in German are R&B German singers. I mean, our culture is adored there. I mean, it just really is, and there's no talking around it. There's no minimizing it. I think in means of rap culture, I think that people like IP, myself, and others, we have to do a better job of you're really addressing it within our own community, but addressing it. I would encourage everybody on this podcast to write to music companies who continue to support music that uses these words. I mean, it's a bad look for us globally because particularly people who are from other parts of the world, they don't understand why we use the word. So, I think in my conversations, I've had conversations with people who try to get some form of an explanation of, like, they don't really, why would a Black person use this word? But the word has never been spoken to me in a negative manner. The fact that I'm Black has never been spoken to me, and it's been actually just the opposite. IP. The fact that I'm a Black American, I mean, there's nothing but adoration and curiosity about who I am. Now, I will say, the adoration and curiosity comes from people who engage with me. I don't know what people who are not engaging with me are thinking, but what I will say is I don't live my life worrying about what people may think negative about me as a Black person or as a person. I judge things based on the people I engage with, and I've engaged with thousands of people in Germany, and I've never run into anything negative whatsoever or use of the N-word or anything of the sort in Germany.
That's what I love to hear. Shout out to Germany for keeping it real and not saying such a disgusting word like Thomas Demihan said. Brothers, everyone in this live stream needs to be pushing back against that word amongst your friends, amongst your family members, amongst anywhere you hear it. It's just nonsense in my opinion. We've got to remove that word from every sort of media and our lives completely. It's disrespecting our ancestors. I don't care how anyone feels about it. Our ancestors went through a lot during slavery, the Jim Crow, discrimination. We can't be using that word as some sort of term of endearment. I'm sorry. I don't care how anyone feels. I'm not saying that word towards another Black man or another Black person. I'm calling them brother, sister. I keep it real. End of. So thanks for that, Atlanta. So my next question for you is the ratio of men to women in the big cities. Personally, hopefully I want to hear that it's more men. Sorry, it's more women than men. God no. The lesser the men, the better. But from what you've seen, is it more women than men, or is it more men than women?
I would guess that the numbers are similar to, numbers in most westernized countries. I would say that there's probably slightly more women, but I would say it's almost a 1-to-1. I would say to folks, especially brothers on this podcast, it really doesn't matter what the ratio is in a place like Germany. And this applies to other places that you go around the world, places that have been like Prague in the Czech Republic, Vienna in Austria, places like Belgrade and Serbia. It doesn't matter because you're a Black American. Like you're in a whole different bucket of people when you set foot into these countries. We have our blue passport with the strong eagle, and with that comes it's a significant differentiator. And so, you become a part of a very small percentage, like a 1% of people that some of these folks in these places have ever seen. And so I would just encourage people, when you're out and about, you need to try to take advantage of it. You need to try to take advantage of the fact that you are a Black man, that you're from the UK or you're from the United States. They won't have a blue passport, of course, in the UK, but they'll have the lion on their passport, I believe, that's red. But it's you should take advantage of it. You should be very confident in who you are as a person. Be confident in our, IP mentioned our ancestors. Our ancestors went through a lot so that we'd have opportunities. Traveling across the world and getting your passport stamp is one of those opportunities. When I think about my grandmother who passed away about 7 years ago at 90, I mean, for her to imagine that her grandson got married in Germany, or her grandson was in, one of many countries that I've been blessed to be able to see, that meant a lot to her. That was a justification to her for being raised in the Jim Crow South, where my parents and my family are from. And, my father, who's 70, was a person who graduated from high school, my mother from a legally segregated high school. And I think that, getting your passport stamps and engaging with people, meeting people, having confidence in who the person looking at you back in the mirror, that means a lot. And so I think when brothers are abroad, you should have great confidence, engaging with people, and exposing the world, and every person you meet, it's an opportunity to show whatever percentage of women and men or whatever that they are in that country, that this is what it is to engage with a Black person, a confident person, a person who wants to be respected and respects you and your culture and like to learn more about you. And a lot of times that's going to culminate into relationships with women, and it's going to cultivate into memories that you'll never forget.
Thank you very much, brother. My next question for you, these are the last 4 questions. I'm going to open up the phone lines. Sorry, brothers, but this is the questions I'm asking are the questions that are the questions you need to know, and the answers you need to know, because again, Germany is a hotspot, so I'm trying to get good answers for you, brothers. Should brothers travel alone or in a group to Germany?
I would say, again, it goes back to who the person is. For me, I've traveled, with groups. I think I said earlier, I think I told a lot of guys who are maybe not here earlier, I was a college basketball coach my first 9 years out of school. And I was traveling with a group, with a team, where we were playing in different places. My travel, post that time has been professionally, where, I might be with a group of coworkers, or maybe I'm traveling alone, and I've found, had great times in both scenarios. I think that, there's some people who, if you haven't traveled a lot, if you haven't had your passport stamped many times, maybe you feel more comfortable going in a group. Maybe you feel more comfortable with just a friend or two. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with, having some anxiousness about going to a new place. Some of the questions that people have had in the super chat, these are legitimate questions. Like, how do people treat people? Are there skinheads? I mean, I've seen these things on television. How should I react to it? I think, maybe for those folks, maybe it's good to travel in a group. I can also say if you travel alone, you should have great confidence in where you go, who you meet, particularly in Germany. This is not a place that you should, fear your surroundings. You're going to have a strong sense of rule of law in these places. You're going to have, a strong sense of police and authorities who are around. You're not just walking to a place where people just kind of, do bad things and dump you, on the side of the road. It's just not that society. It's actually, guns are illegal there. It's a much safer society than what we have in the United States. I would say the same is applicable in the UK where IP is. It's a much safer society on a whole than what we have in the United States. Not being critical of our country, but it just is what it is. I mean, you don't have those types of risk when you go out. So if you were alone, again, you should have great confidence in who you are. Again, you treat people the right way. Usually good things happen. I mean, I think when you're out and about socially and those types of things, when your interaction, if you treat people the way you like to be treated, the way you like your mother or your sister to be treated, I think in general, you're going to have great outcomes.
So you're definitely saying that Germany is a safe country for Black people in literally every city.
Without doubt, IP. Without doubt. I mean, it's a safe place. I'll add this, IP. It's a safe place if a woman were traveling alone. I mean, it's a safe country. I mean, particularly when you're out in the social areas, there's police everywhere. It's the Polizei are in Deutschland and Germany. There's Polizei everywhere. I mean, you just can't walk a block at nighttime. Let me add one more thing about Germany for those who are considering traveling. The further north you go in Germany, you're like way north. So like if you guys kind of remember when you were kids looking at a globe on the latitude longitude line, I mean, even Munich, which is the largest city in southern Germany, Munich is north of like Boston and New York City. And if you go to Hamburg and Berlin, you're way north. You're like Canada north. And what happens in the summertime when you go there, it's daylight like all day. So it's longer days than we have in the United States. So for example, if you go there in June to August, the sun's going to be up at like 6 a.m. and it doesn't set till like 10:30, 11 at night. So your days are longer. So you have much more time during the day to do things. So just want to put that out to people who are traveling. The true is true in the inverse way. So we go to Germany every other Christmas. We haven't due to pandemic since 2019, but we go to Germany every other Christmas. And in Germany in the Christmas time, I mean, it's pitch dark, like black at like 3:45. And so, that's something to consider when you're traveling. Just kind of research it on your own to kind of have a feel about daylight and how the daylight works and when sun sets, because you want to be there at a time in the summer where there's more daylight. So I highly recommend going to Hamburg in between the June to or Berlin or Cologne, all these places in the north in the June to August timeframe, because you get so much daylight, more days, more time. So people in general are out and about a little longer from a social standpoint.
Thank you very much, brother. I have a super chat here from Uncle Meet Goodbar. What's up, Uncle Meet Goodbar? Thank you very much for the $10 Canadian currency super chat. He says, I get more love worldwide than I did in the hood. Shout out to IP, Atlanta Falcons. Shout out to you too, bro. Brothers, get out the hood, brothers. It's all about traveling, living in the suburbs, living good lives, keeping away from Pookie and Ray Rays. So let me speak on two more questions for you, Atlanta. So you've asked it for me. So it's safe for Black men. So last question for you from me is rate the cities from number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 that are the best for brothers in terms of living there, women especially, dating beautiful German women, brothers getting checked on by women. Give us your ranking starting from 1, 2, 3. 1 being the top best city in Germany, 2nd being the 2nd best city, 3rd, 4th, 5th. Yeah, go on, bro.
I'm gonna stick with my guns on Hamburg being number 1. in part to the diversity of women that are there. I do think that people could have some deviation. I think Munich is a close second. I think if you're looking for the traditional blonde-haired, blue-eyed German woman, and that's what you're looking for, or the dark-haired, blue-eyed German woman, I would say hit Munich. I mean, Munich is a great place. I think if you're looking for diversity in the women that you see, numerous biracial women, tons of Persian, Iranian, Turkish, Syrian, biracial with that, tons of Ethiopian, Eritrean, Ghanaian women, then Hamburg is where you're going to have beautiful, traditional German women. You have women from South America there, from Argentina, from Brazil, from Ecuador. It's just a very, very diverse city. So for me, due to the type of women I'm attracted to, it's going to be Hamburg all day. And I would stick with that. I would say Munich's a close second, particularly when you talk about the traditional German woman, like you traditional blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman. In Munich, it's the southernmost large city, and people are always speaking to you. They're always coming up to you. I would put Berlin, just due to size, just being a numbers game. I think when you're in large cities like Berlin and large cities in the United States like New York, Chicago, LA, you're bound to run into more people because there's more people who live there. So I'd put Berlin third. Fourth on my list would be, I'm going to put it all in one city, but kind of the Essen, Dusseldorf area, because, Dusseldorf, Essen have so many U.S. companies, so much U.S. corporate influence. I would put Cologne is I think I put Cologne, I should have had it 6. I would also go with Frankfurt. It also very U.S. driven business city. Some people say Frankfurt's a little boring, a little vanilla. It's a very, very corporate city, but it is a big, big town. And you have a lot of folks who are very diverse in their thought. And those are the places that I've been the most IP. I've been to Hanover. I thought it was a pretty cool city. But those are the cities that I have been, the aforementioned, I think 7. Those are the places that I've been and that I could almost swear by.
Thank you very much for that, brother. I'm particularly interested in Munich because, I like traditional women, and I know traditional women are slightly more conservative. How would they treat a brother like me, a black brother who's interested in German women? It doesn't matter about a race, because I know it's more about culture in Munich. Are they checking for brothers there in Munich? The women?
Oh, without doubt. I mean, I challenge guys. I mean, I would put my reputation on. I challenge guys to find many cities that are better than Munich for brothers on Earth. I mean, it's just hard to find anything like it. I mean, I know this sounds like a fairy tale for people who haven't been there, but I mean, you can do the research on your own. This is generations and generations of brothers who have engaged and gone to Germany. I mean, there's people who have come from some of the worst places in the United States. They joined the military, they went to Germany, and they never came back to this country. They never came back. They just told them, that's it. I'm going to live here forever, for the rest of my life. And I think that there's a reason that it's the case. That's not just an anomaly like, oh, this happened. I think you could say tens of thousands of brothers, not thousands, tens of thousands. If you go back to 1948 with the Marshall Plan, when they start to put the bases in Germany. I mean, there have been thousands, if not tens of thousands of brothers who have gone to Germany as a country and never come back to the United States. That has to tell you something, right? And I think that there is Munich is the 3rd largest city. It's a big, big city. I mean, it's hosted the 1972 Olympics. I mean, Munich's a big, big place. Munich is a place that, again, it's a global city. There's diversity in thought there. It's a southern German city, so it's perceived to be much more hospitable, where people are talking to you and engaging with you. They have the Oktoberfest there, which I would highly recommend to anybody. I mean, if you don't know what a lederhosen is, I encourage you to Google it. But I can't imagine a brother go to Munich with a lederhosen and not pull in chicks that their family and friends have never seen before.
Lederhosen. How'd you spell that, brother?
Lederhosen. Oh gosh, how do I spell it? I'd have to Google it. I think it's Leider. It's the outfit where guys wear, where they have like the leather shorts and you have like the overalls that go on it. Yeah. It's the outfit that's that nearly every man wears for Oktoberfest.
Yep.
You might.
I ain't wearing that though.
No, here it is. Here it is. It's spelled Lederhosen. L is in Larry. E is in Echo. D is in Delta. E is in Echo. R is in Romeo. H is in Home. O is in October. S is in Sam. E is in Echo. N is in Nancy. Lederhosen.
Yeah, I'm seeing what they're wearing right now. There's no way I'm wearing that nonsense.
I believe I'm going to say it again. To any brother who would wear a lederhosen, I think you would pull chicks that you would never like. You honestly might be like on like world news because it's going to be crazy. Like the number of women that you would pull wearing this outfit. I don't know if you guys see what the women wearing this kind of stuff. You just can't believe it. Like you have to be there to believe it. You have to be there to believe it.
Damn. Okay. Do you have to wear that outfit or can you wear like a suit?
You can wear jeans and a t-shirt. You can wear whatever. You wear whatever you want. It goes back to this. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. And I think that there is a respect that people see when you wear their outfits, when you embrace their culture. And so imagine you being an American or a British person and you going into Munich during Oktoberfest lasts for like a month and a half. And you being in their culture for their celebration, having a beer. I mean, their beers are not like US beers. The beers are like it's like 2 feet tall, but the beers you're drinking. And you having a lederhosen like what they do. I mean, you think people are going to come up and talk to you? I mean, you'll have tons of women who come up and talk to you just because you won't have to say a word. You just walk around. People are going to want to take pictures with you. People are going to want to touch you. They're going to know who you are. Where are you from? This is Deutschland. This is Germany, and it's just it's a wonderful place to experience things. And I think Munich IP would be a great place. And you don't have to have a lederhosen, of course, to go out in Munich. I think if you did happen to be there during Oktoberfest and wore it, I think you would be happy you did.
Thank you very much for that intro, brother. That's enough questions for me. I want to say a huge thank you to Atlanta Scorpion for answering my questions. Atlanta Scorpion, I am going to open up the phone lines for brothers to ask you questions, if that's okay with you, brother.
It's fantastic. And the last thing I'd like to say, you and I talked about a little bit IP when we spoke before we got on. I also think for brothers that, I know this podcast has been great and means of encouraged people to get their passports. I also think that there's immense business opportunities in Germany, and that's for another conversation. But I think there's opportunities for brothers to get engaged. This is an amazing economy. You guys can Google it and research it yourself. But I think one thing that our community may want to look into that people have done all over the world is engaging in other places where we can have other streams of income, where we can become engaged. I have family members who are very entrepreneurially driven, and they have things that we think are simple, like black hair products that they can't keep on the shelves of their warehouse because of the people who are there. So there's a lot of opportunities for our communities to get involved, in part because the adoration of our culture in that country. And again, you can Google and read up on it yourself. But there's lots of opportunities for us from a business standpoint, and that's something that I hope IP we get to talk about sometime down the road.
Absolutely, brother. Before I open up the phone lines, I have a few super chats. Shout out to Conrad Grant for the $5 super chat. Again, brother, much appreciated for your support, brother. He says, international passport, Atlanta Scorpion. I can't wait to travel Germany Germany, I'm gonna ham on the woman there. Big shout outs to you. Just crazy. So don't go too ham, bro. Don't go too ham. Take it easy, brother. But shout out to Conrad Grant for the super chat. Shout out to S. Consultant for the $5 super chat. He says favorite stream along with the Saudi Arabia and Vancouver stream. Thank you for the kind words, brother. And of course, thank you to Atlanta Scorpion and all the other guests who have taken the time out to provide brothers with this intel. It is much appreciated. Once again, as consultant, thank you for the $5 super chat. Brothers. Okay. Before I open up the phone line, brothers, if you're not part of the Facebook group, again, you're missing out big time. Here's the Facebook group. Please join the Facebook group. Send your invitation and I will accept you. Please have your AVI of yourself in the Facebook group. Please have good posts on your Facebook pages because I will not accept trolls, and just be a normal person. Join the Facebook group. Again, I am also on Twitter as well. And I strongly encourage brothers to follow me on Twitter. Twitter is going to be popping in the next few weeks. You can also DM me through Twitter if you have any questions. So there's my Twitter as well. So I've just posted my Facebook group. Join the group. Follow me on Twitter. Send me DMs, and I will get back to you regarding your question. Here's the Instagram page as well. So follow me on IG, brothers. I post updates on IG, pictures, videos, and you can also DM me through IG as well, brothers. So follow me on those free social media platforms. Cash App is coming very soon. I'm sorting that out. The Discord server also coming very soon, and the one-to-one consultations also coming very soon. So give me a few weeks, brothers, and that'll be fantastic. So I will open up the phone lines, but I want to get Atlanta. Go and get some water. You spoke for over 2 hours now. Do you want to go and drink water, bro? Get something to eat or drink water. I'm going to do it myself. So I'll give you a few seconds. And you can put yourself on mute, brother, if you want to. Do you want to go and get some water or something to drink?
Thank you. That'd be great. Thanks.
All right, go on, bro. Brothers, I'm going to take a break for 30 seconds, brothers. I'm going to get some water. So we'll be back in 30 seconds to a minute. So give us some time, brothers, okay? All right, awesome. Thanks. All right, I'm back, brothers. I see a super chat. Shout out to Marcus Michelle for the $4.99 super chat. He says, love from Chicago. I would like to go to Germany for vacation. I'm more interested in brown girls. Are they checking for brothers? First question for you, Atlanta Scorpion. Our brown girls checking for brothers. But again, thank you for the super chat, brother. Carry on, Atlanta.
Yeah, Marcus, great question. And I know, hate to sound repetitive, absolutely. And I'm not quite sure what your definition of brown is. Mine would definitely be sisters, Black women from all over the world, Africans, as well as I consider brown women, the beautiful women from, countries across the Middle East, from South America, from India, Pakistan. I think you see probably the largest influx of brown women from Turkey and places like that. You'll see folks, and I think that do they check for brothers? Absolutely. I mean, I don't think there's any doubt that brown women are checking for brothers and checking for guys like you and I.
Thanks for answering that, Atlanta Scorpion. Brothers, the call-in link is now available. So call in if you want to ask Atlanta Scorpion any questions. Call in, brothers, and let's get this Q&A session popping within the live stream. Call in, brothers. The call-in link is open right now, brothers. Let's see what they're saying in the chat. So the call-in link is pinned. Call in, brothers. That'd be great. So while we wait for someone to call in, I've got a question for Atlanta Scorpion. Atlanta Scorpion, can we speak about okay, sorry. So Marcus Michelle says in terms of brown, he means Desi, Indian, Sri Lankan, Bangladesh.
Yes, Marcus. And I thought that's what you meant. So I think I said this earlier, Marcus. My wife is half Pakistani, half German. Her mother's German, blonde hair, blue eyed. My father-in-law is from Pakistan, and certainly would fall into the category of Desi. And I can't tell you, Marcus, how many weddings and receptions I've been to that have been in the Pakistani. They call it the hala and the hall, so to speak. And I think that it's a great place to meet those folks. From that part of the world. I think there's a large population of brown folks, particularly in Hamburg. I do think that, Marcus, in other cities, you're not going to have the type of diversity that you're going to have in Hamburg, which is the second largest city and driven by the import-export, the port, the harbor and the port business. So because of that influx and people moving goods from all over the world, you see people who settle there. You guys may also choose to look up a sandwich called a doner kebab. I wish this thing was in the United States. It's my favorite sandwich. It's a Turkish-based sandwich, but they sell more doner kebabs in Germany than any place in the world. And doner kebabs, again, it highlights this kind of influence of this brown influence in Germany, which is taken over large parts of Germany, but particularly Hamburg, with the large influx of Turkish, Persian, Lebanese, Syrian families and women. So you're definitely going to see plenty of brown people in Deutschland.
Thanks for answering that, brother. Fantastic answer to his question. Let me bring in Sai Saichi. What's up, Sai Saichi? How you doing, brother?
What's poppin'? How we doing?
Hey, not too bad, bro. Not too bad, bro. Have you just joined the live stream, brother?
Yes, I did. I was making a sandwich, and I saw I was kind of scrolling on YouTube on my phone. I saw international passport, everything about Germany. So I had to hop in. I knew the live the chat was going to come up, so I had to call in real quick.
Yes, bro. Do you have any questions for the guest, Atlanta Scorpion?
Yes, Scorpio's his name.
Yes.
All right. So Scorpio, nice to meet you.
Pleasure.
So first question. So in regards to Oktoberfest and just in general, when it comes to like people there, are there a lot of events like that where you can like go out and like kind of meet people and kind of get to know those in your environment?
I think it's a great question. Absolutely. And I think, you can, there's music festivals, there's cultural festivals, there's jazz festivals. Obviously, Probably one of the most famous jazz festivals in Europe is in Stockholm, but you also see this in other parts of Germany as well. So, I think that there's no shortage of, events, festivals. Of course, the pandemic has affected that. I don't know if everyone here is particularly familiar with it, but they've had more shutdowns in Germany, many more shutdowns than we've had here. I mean, the country has been shut down much longer in Germany than the United States has been. So the rules of entry and a variety of other things, particularly if you haven't been vaccinated and tested, are much more strict. You do have to be tested to get into Germany right now, but it is back open. But to IP's point, many of these types of festivals and things like that are not going to be. We're hopeful that those things will pick back up in 2022. But there is no shortage. Germany's a lot like the United States, Sashi, in that regard. There's tons of things to do. There's tons of outside festivals. Germans love to go outside. So you see these festivals and events all over the place. You'll see it often even in Berlin, globally, Brandenburg Gate. You'll see they'll have festivals there and all types of things. People from President Obama and other people will speak there. I mean, it's historically this is a commonplace in Germany, and I think to your point, it's a great place to partake culture and also meet people.
Beautiful. My second question I would like to ask you is, and IP, I'm sure you probably remember I asked a very similar question to Theo about his experiences out in Japan. But Atlanta, Scorpion, I ask you this because of the fact that I noticed you seem to be very clean cut, well spoken, right? You seem like you got it together. You don't really embody any of those traditional negative stereotypes of Black men, which I greatly appreciate. And I want to ask you the following, and you're probably going to know what I mean when I say this. Do you notice that overseas, and I say this because I had a conversation with another brother who was talking about his experiences in Germany. He mentioned that in Germany, they actually more so admire and have a preference for the Black guy who shows that he can kind of have a certain level of intelligence. Do you get what I mean when I say that? He doesn't embody those negative stereotypes. Sure. It's a lot more, they're a lot more receptive to Black men like that out there.
Sure. And maybe you heard it in some of the questions I answered when people were talking about dressing and those types of things. I do believe, to your point, Sashi, you always have to be who you are, right? I think for people, if you're not a person who speaks in the type of way I speak or IP, but you try to be that, you're not going to be your best self. I think you have to be who you are. I do think in Germany there is a wide diversity. There's a lot of women in Germany who don't want to kick it with a dude like me. Like they're going to be like, this guy's too straight laced. This guy's. No, I mean, there's a part of Germany that is the perception would be you're not really like embracing what I think is to be Black culture, right? Okay. And so I think that you see that in Germany. I mean, I was very political in how I talked about German women and their bodies, and known to kind of have different hip structure due to the physicality of the society, means of walking and riding bikes. But there's like some crazy thick like German women, and there's some German women who they're looking for brothers who they perceive to be more like what they've seen in other places. So again, I do think that they're particularly in the big cities in the professional space. I think that you're right in your assessment that people have a tendency to gravitate to brothers they believe that are well-spoken and those things. It also goes back into the conundrum that I talked about with Germany. A lot of German women want to have a family. So when they're looking for a man, they're not just looking for necessarily a hookup. They're looking for, can this guy be a husband? Can this guy be the father of my children? Will I pack my gear and leave and go to the United States or the UK or vice versa? They are looking for that. They're looking for this relationship and these traditional family values. But you also have a large part of society that's very, liberal and sees things in another way and looking for having fun and looking for, a different kind of brother. And, I think that's the great thing about Germany. It's a diversity in thought. It's a diversity in who people are. And I would encourage everybody, be yourself, embrace culture. Don't go to Berlin and think you're going to find the Southwest side of Atlanta. That's not it. That just isn't it. Don't go to Munich and think you're going to South Side of Chicago, or you're not going to go to Cologne and find Queens in New York. But you're going to find a unique place where brothers are adored and admired. And, I think you have to be the best of who you are and then just see where the chips fall.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you this. I'm going to change notes here based on what you just said. So, like, real chat, like, how's the food out there? Because I'm noticing, like, a lot of Europeans say in general, and I say this because I actually had a conversation with a guy from Germany literally, like, earlier this week. Apparently there's way less obesity out in Europe. Am I right?
Absolutely.
Do you prefer the food out there or what?
Yeah, I mean, the German food is very global because it's a very global community. So, the traditional food, like, some of the traditional German dishes, I'm not particularly as fond of, but in Germany, you'll find some of the best food and best restaurants in the world from other places in the world because there's an adoration to that. If you think about German people, German people travel, so, German people travel much more than the United States. I remember when my wife and I dated her, one of her best friends came over, who's my son's godmother. And I remember they were shocked. I gave them statistics of how many people in the United States had their passport. And they just thought I was like crazy. They're like, no, like every American travels. Like, no, like most Americans don't travel. Like, what are you talking about? I said, it's only like 10%, 15% of our society that has a passport to travel. Like, they're just like every American just goes all over the world. And, I was trying to explain to them that in our society, we're kind of somewhat a closed society. We've got the two largest oceans on the east and west of us. We've got Canada, which is very sort of U.S. I know Canadians won't agree with it, but then you've got Mexico, and that's it. Like we don't have, every American doesn't have the idea, particularly among our community, of, hey, I'm gonna go visit somewhere else in the world this year. Like for most people, they may take a trip globally once in their life. Many people never. Some people haven't left the U.S. state they live in, and so without going to except Florida or something. So it's very, very. Germany's different. You have people who, when you go to the west of Germany, you've got Poland, right? When you go to the east, you've got Belgium, you've got, Italy to the south, you cross the water and you're in Copenhagen and Denmark. Everywhere you go to Germany, the people speak a different language, with the exception of like Austria and Switzerland. But it's different in the sense that people have gone other places and then they bring a lot of those things back, to your point. So you're going to have foods. I mentioned doner kebabs earlier from Turkey. You're going to have foods and types of things that become a part of German culture, but they're really someone else's foods. They're someone else's culture. So the food is great. But, in Germany, you're going to get less food. If you're from here in the United States, you're going to get less food than you get in the United States on the plate. They're not going to overserve you or something. It's not like going to Maggiano's Italian restaurant where, you're gonna order a meal and take 2 boxes of food home. It's not like that in Germany. They have smaller portions. And if you're in any society where the majority of society walks and rides bikes for miles and miles on a regular basis daily, they're gonna by nature be in better shape.
All right. Thanks for that, Saichi.
Yep.
Great questions, brother. Stay on the line, brother. I'll bring you back in later on, okay?
Yep.
Okay, let me bring in Thomas Demihin. What's up, Thomas?
What's up, man? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, brother. How you doing?
Hey, Thomas, how are you?
Oh, good. How are you?
Great, man.
Not bad,
man.
brother. Are you enjoying the live stream so far?
So far, so good. Atlanta, thanks, bro. This has been excellent intel. It's always,
Thank you. Great to be here.
It's always good to see an educated black brother break the stereotypes that have been given by the UK and the US, saying that black brothers don't have any options. You're a great example, fam, and I thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
We
do have options all over the world, man.
Man, it's all good, man. People in the live chat, our brothers are saying could be a competition between Japan and Germany.
Hey, Thomas and IP, I'll remind you guys also, those are the 2 countries with the largest number of U.S. bases there. So there've been brothers there cultivating society for well over 60, 70 years.
Fantastic to hear, Atlanta. Ask your questions, Thomas.
So it's safe to confirm that Hamburg and Munich are the places to go if I want to, date and start a family. That's correct. Not talk.
Those are the places that I'm most familiar with, that I've gone to the most. And, I do believe that there's a lot of options in Germany. You may have heard me earlier, Thomas, make the statement. I'd have to Google it for you. You can Google it. There's numerous cities. I think there may be 12 to 15 cities in Germany that have a real population. I'm not talking about metropolitan population of over 600, 700,000, which means their metro population approaches 1 million plus. So there's so many cities that you can go to that have numerous people, that have a lot of people. And I think, I think it's just almost a numbers game. The more people in the city, the more likely you are to find people who you can build a life with. I do think Germany is a place where any city you go, you're going to have people attracted to you. I do believe in the cities like Hamburg, also Munich, even Berlin, you're going to have people who you're not going to be so out of place as a brother. I think they have seen Black people, they've interacted with Black people. And so I think that, from an attraction standpoint, you're going to have people who are there. But, again, I don't think that that's impossible in another place because our culture is so ingrained in German culture. I think you go to a city like Bamberg, which may have 200,000 people, but it's had one of the largest U.S. Army bases forever. And, people have been marrying brothers in that town for 70 years, right? So, there's a lot of places in Germany outside of just Hamburg and Munich and Berlin, where you can meet people. People are going to be engaged with you, Thomas, in any city, particularly, I think, in what used to be the old West Germany, so in the western part of the country. And then I've had tons of people push back on me with this concept of only the Western. They tell me cities like Leipzig are insane and Dresden are insane for brothers. I just haven't spent a lot of time there and can't speak intelligently about it.
What's the day-to-day life in Germany? What's it like by your experience?
I think that's a good question. Thomas, where are you located? Where are you sitting?
Oh, I'm from the UK, London.
The UK, yeah. So I obviously think the UK is different than the United States also. But I do think that, in Germany, your day-to-day, Thomas, and you may be more familiar with this, but you're going to get your goods and services, your goods and your foods on a more daily or bi-daily basis. In the United States, we sort of go to the grocery store on the weekend and kind of pile up at the grocery store, take everything home and cook it, and or go out or get, Uber Eats or something like that, Grubhub. And I think in the UK, my experience has been, lots of takeout, right? But, in Germany, I think you're talking about fresh products, fresh food. I mean, so that kind of aspect, you're going to a bakery and I'm a big fan of something called Franzbrötchen, which is like a bit of a watered down cinnamon roll that's not too sweet, but it's like, you're going to go out and get your breads and those types of things in the morning. You're going to get it fresh. You're eating food fresh. Their work days are very similar to what we have in the United States. But I mean, just in means of from a cultural standpoint, I think in general differences in the United States and Germany are people are walking more. They're walkable cities. People are riding bikes more. This is very common you could even see people in suits riding bikes. You're going to see just people are going to get around into the city center in a different way. I think the engagement of people is different, more, restaurants, more outdoor restaurants, more use of public services. Obviously, Germany is renowned for their street systems, their public service systems. So you have a lot of that you have that is very different in the United States. U.S. cities are built entirely different than German cities. And so I think kind of the day-to-day is much more walking, more interaction. And I think, it is, as compared to, I would say, Atlanta, there's less, German people are kind of very task-oriented. So it's like, I'm on my task. I'm going to do what I need to do. And so, people are all over the street, but I don't think that there's as many hellos. Hey, Tom, like you're in Atlanta, you're just walking and you're thinking to yourself, Thomas, I don't know that guy, or I don't know that woman, but they're waving at you. They're saying hello. You don't have that in Germany, but I think that there's opportunities, particularly for brothers. I think when you're in Germany, people are very curious about who you are. I mean, everywhere you go, people are going to look at you. They're going to know who you are. And I think it gives you great opportunities for engagement. But I think the daily life, day to day, is going to be very, very different than what we see in the United States. I can't quite contrast it in London, because when I'm in London, I'm usually traveling in Canary Wharf and I'm going to restaurants and getting takeout and stuff like that.
Ah, you've been to Canary Wharf. That's nice.
Yes, many times, man. My company's office is in Canary Wharf, so it's very nice. All the financial companies and districts
Yeah.
there. It feels like they're building something new every millisecond in Canary Wharf.
Yeah, Canary Wharf is always changing. Yeah, one thing I really enjoy about your statement is that Germany is very similar to other European countries like Spain and France. Been to those countries, very proactive. They got bike lanes, so that's very good. London, well, they're trying to implement that, but done it poorly. So I'm very glad that Germany has this proactive lifestyle. So I'm very interested in that. One other question I have is about Oktoberfest. And have you ever? What's your experience with Oktoberfest? Because I was looking at images on that. It looks very interesting.
I would say interesting would be an understatement. I think it's got to be something that should be on almost every brother's to-do list. I mean, and actually I say to-do list, it should be a bucket list item. I think it's a lifetime event in the same aspect as Carnival in Brazil or Trinidad and Tobago. Here in the United States, we have, Fat Tuesday in honor of Carnival in New Orleans. I mean, it's one of those things, particularly if I was in Europe, it's just something that I would do. I mean, it's a great cultural event. I mean, it's a little debauchery, obviously, right? But you obviously see the debauchery on television, but there's so many other things going on there. I mean, it's not just going to beer gardens and getting trashed, but there's concerts, there's cultural events, there's all kinds of things. And I just think, it's really an amazing way to be a part of culture there in Deutschland and Germany. And it's a way, I think, for brothers to really engage in something that's fun culturally, and something that, you're going to be able to meet a lot of people who are come from across the world. I've met people in the United States. I had a realtor. The first home my wife and I bought, the realtor expressed to us that she met her husband in Oktoberfest. And they were, both happened to be from the United States, and they met one another at Oktoberfest. They were both there, and she was there with some girlfriends, and he was there in the military at the time. And he and his friends came down, and they met each other, and inevitably got married and built a family, and happened to be in Atlanta. But it's just, I think I meet people all the time, because it's a small world, of course, as we know. And it's just something that our community, Thomas, has not really embraced and engaged. And a lot of that's because we, in our places in the United States and in the UK, people tell us that this is our place, or that we can't go outside of here, or we're not welcome here. But, I think if you listen to myself, others, IP, Germany is a very welcoming place. And, it's not perfect, but it is a place that you as a brother can have a great, great time socializing and building memories.
Thanks for that, Atlanta. Thanks for that, Thomas.
Thanks, man.
I'll come at you later on, bro, for one last statement.
Cool, fam.
Put yourself on mute, Thomas. Thanks for that, bro. Brothers, are you guys seeing the latest video by Abba and Preach? This whole beef between Abba and Preach and Fresh and Fit, I'm sorry, it's all clout chasing. I'm starting to look at Abba and Preach differently, because their last videos on their channel, last 6 or 7, have been about Fresh and Fit. How about you just leave it as it is and just let the beef just cool over? But these guys are still pressuring Fresh and Fit. This thing is shady. I don't respect that at all. Again, if you have someone's personal phone number, call that person up and tell them the problems, right? Don't go on someone else's show and then start talking about something and don't address on that show and address it 4 months later on your channel when you have that person's personal phone number. You know, if you have a problem with someone and you actually have their personal phone number, call up that person, because this whole fresh and fit versus I've been preached now, it's an absolute joke. I don't respect what I've been preached are doing. It's just nonsense. You know, the latest video that dropped 2 hours ago, I just saw it right now. It came up on my YouTube home feed. I don't respect that at all. You know, leave it as it is. You made your point. You know, you responded back to someone 4 months later, which is ridiculous. I don't respect that at all, brothers. You know, and it's just nonsense in my opinion. But let me carry on with the stream. I'll bring it up later on. Let me bring in D, who's next in line. What's up, D? How you doing, brother?
Hello, hi. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, brother. You okay?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. I'm doing great.
Hi, D. How are you?
I'm doing fine. So I have a question for Atlanta. So I've said it many times in the past that I plan on joining the U.S. military soon, right? Plan on joining. So nothing is confirmed yet. But would you say being stationed at Germany is a good idea?
Would I say so?
Yeah.
Based on what I know, I mean, my family, my parents both worked for the Department of Defense, and so everyone that I know who was in Germany, I've loved it. I mean, my best friend, who is my all of my children's godfather, my best friend was born in Stuttgart. I mean, his mother and father his father was in the Air Force and he was stationed in Germany. And he and I met later when he came to our Air Force town when we were like 5th, 6th grade. But, you know, his father was in Germany. I mean, one of our best friends, you know, desperately wanted to go to Germany. His wife threatened to leave him if he went to Germany. Just for fear of him going there, just thinking he was going to wild out. I mean, instead, I think he went to South Korea. I still think he wild out, but it was like, you know, I think it's I think the military, and you know, everybody has their different opinions about the military. It's been fantastic for people in my family. I did not join the military, which kind of happens with military brats. We kind of say we want to do something different than our parents, and you know, I never really went the corporate way. But when I look at my parents' life, I mean, my dad's my best friend. I mean, my dad is 70 years old. My mom's 69 years old. They both are retired from the Department of Defense at 54 and 55, you know, after spending well over 30 years in the military. And now they get paid like an ungodly amount of money, and they don't even work. Wow. I mean, you don't get that in private. I'll be working until I'm 70 years old, you know, and, you know, my parents have been retired at 70 for over 15 years. And, you know, it's been a great life, opportunities for them to travel. For matter of fact, before the pandemic hit, they were en route to their first trip to London, you know, and, you know, I think that the military provides, you know, those opportunities for education. If you haven't gotten it, additional education. I mean, I could give you a laundry list of things that the military would do, but should you join the military and have an opportunity to go be stationed in Germany, I would just encourage you to ask anybody else. I mean, it has to be one of the most popular stations on earth to go be stationed at one of the many bases that are in Germany. I mean, so, you know, I don't think that you'll have any pushback. And I think if you talk to guys who've been in the military who are 80 years old, they'll tell you the best place they've ever been stationed is whatever base they were in Germany.
Right. Yeah, I do remember seeing this YouTuber. It was a long time ago. Who was a former, I believe, Army, and he just, you know, after he finished his service, he was like, "Yeah, I'm not going back to the U.S. I'm going back to Germany." And I was like, "Wow, like that's crazy." But yeah, that was pretty dope. So here's another question. I'll make this quickly. So I do plan, I believe this month actually. Yeah, this month I do plan on going to several European countries. So I want to do like a month of Europe trip. And because you said that Germany is not a great place to be at right now? Would Poland be a great alternative to Germany?
Man, I think that's tough. I'd lean on IP and the guys who are in Europe. I think it's tough right now. When I look at my company D is headquartered in Amsterdam. It's the largest talent company in the world, and I work on global accounts, and I can tell you that my colleagues who are in Europe. I mean, I think Madrid, Amsterdam, Frankfurt, Berlin. Paris. There's no one in Warsaw or Krakow. Krakow is a great city, by the way, very undervalued city in Poland, but with unbelievable chicks, by the way, D. But when I think about those cities where my colleagues work, almost every one of them has been shut down for some time, and they just opened up and they're about to shut down again. Or the belief is that it's inevitable that they're about to shut down because of the Delta variant. So, I don't know. I'm with IP. If you have to go and you already planned it and got some stuff you can't get out of, you just go do it, have fun. But I do think that it's going to be a much smaller scale. But I do think that there's a part of population that's going to be out. My mother-in-law tells me, my brother-in-law, who's a dentist there, and he's 35. He told me like he has friends who are like, to heck with it. We're just going out, like, because they've been so shut down for a long time. So I do think you'll still be able to engage with people. It won't be the same. And if you go, I'd recommend the summers in all these places, because in the wintertime, it gets dark really, really quick in places like in Northern Europe.
Right. Yeah. Okay. One more thing. So, just in no particular order, these are the countries I plan on going to. So, and some could be canceled from this list. It's Sweden, Estonia, Greece, Montenegro, Austria, or Switzerland, Poland or Germany, London, Spain, and France.
All right,
do you might not come back talking about you military? You might find your way. You might be on this podcast later. Follow him, IP. He might be on this podcast later and talk about he's living in one of these places.
All right, thanks for that, D. Appreciate you calling in, brother. Brothers, please get the likes up, brothers. And if you're enjoying the live stream so far, please feel free to super chat to the channel. The support is much appreciated. Okay, let me bring in J Bones, the legendary J Bones. Where have you been, J Bones?
I've been here. What's up, big bro?
Hey, what's up, brother? Oh man, I thought you were gonna call in yesterday for the Saudi Arabian stream, but it's all good, brother. How you keeping, bro? You good?
Yeah, man. I was on a live with you guys on the Saturday. I was so tired, man. I'm on vacation, so I got tired real quickly, man. I was watching it, then I fell asleep on my laptop, but I was vacation, bro. Work.
Yes, bro. Look after yourself. Enjoy yourself. Meet girls as well, if possible, during your American vacation. But bro, it's good to have you back, brother. J Bones, go on, bro.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't meet any girls, man. I took my little Jewish babe with me to the Poconos, so I'm not meeting any. There are no girls. I think Atlanta knows what the Poconos is like, so I can't really move around too well with this Jewish girl.
You see if she'll let you go downtown to little downtown Scranton or Wilkes-Barre. See if you can get out and about.
Yeah, we were actually in Scranton. Wait, hold on for a second.
All right, J Bones. Okay. All right, we'll give J Bones some time. Again, Atlanta Scorpion, thank you, brother, for joining the stream. Atlanta Scorpion, have you heard about the whole Adam Preach and Fresh and Fit beef? Are you aware of that?
I'm not, and I'm sorry. I've had, there's so many things going on in my workspace. I've kind of been really, really engaged in some of that stuff, and haven't really followed it as closely. Actually, when you're talking about it, I'm curious. I will say this. I think IPO happened to you, and I think I hope people on this podcast take this seriously. I think like our community has to do everything possible to protect brothers like IP and Kevin Samuels. And what I mean by that is, when IP talks about, changing what the media and what music and entertainment has told us our limitations and starts talking about investing in cryptocurrency, going, getting your passport stamp, going to meet other people in the world, going to really show the world who we are as people, at some point, people are going to come and attack them. I mean, IP is going to happen to you. At some point, somebody's going to come after you because of your message of respecting ourselves, your message of not using, defile words that defile our people. People are going to inevitably come after you. And I don't think that it's happened with Kevin Samuels. I mean, we've seen it for Kevin Samuels, who lives in Atlanta, where I live. It's going to happen to anybody who speaks, Black families, Black male empowerment. If you do that, the feminists, the other folks in the world are just going to come after you. And so I'm sure Fresh and Fit, that's probably what's come to them. And, sadly, IP, most of us know that it's going to happen to you at some point. And I think our community has to protect brothers like yourself who spend time educating people on all the opportunities we have in this world.
Thank you, brother. I'm already getting a lot of hate, from people. People direct message me on IG, the comments on my YouTube videos. I'm getting a lot of hate already, but I'm going to keep pushing out this message to, empower brothers, enlighten brothers. And all I ask for you, brothers, is to support me in this journey. Support me whenever you can through super chats, likes, comments. It's all appreciated. J Bones is back. What's up, J Bones?
Yeah, sorry about that, IP, man. It's Atlanta knows, man. The Poconos gets real crazy up here, bro.
Very rural. He's in the middle of nowhere, IP.
Yeah, I'm literally
he's up in the Poconos and St. Louis Square with a bunch of Jewish chicks hanging out with him, having a good time.
I'm telling you, bro. IP. Hopefully, one day you come to America, I'm gonna take you to the Poconos, man. You're gonna jump off a bridge when you see what's going on around here.
You're gonna see some Manhattan love, IP.
I'm telling you, bro. It's crazy out here. But
you will not get out alive.
Yeah, so, IP. I mean, I just wanted to, nothing crazy because I know the guys are gonna be calling in. Yeah, I definitely. I'm really glad, IP, that you brought. I mean, such a respectable brother. Guys like him, Theo, Tony Barry. These are the guys that we really need to start, sitting and listening to. If we get information for brothers like this, these are the people that these are the best examples that we can have as young Black men. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's just an amazing thing to have somebody like this brother up here. I myself, I've been to Germany 3 times before. I've been to Frankfurt twice, Dusseldorf once, and when I was in college, I used to move around. We used to travel a lot, so it's not that big of a deal. But Germany is definitely the spot. One thing I really like when I was in Frankfurt, the food is excellent. German food is like beyond crazy. I mean, IP, you've been there before, so I'm not saying anything crazy. Yeah, German food is top notch, bro. Like it's just, oh man. But the girls, let me keep my voice down because she's over there somewhere. But you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about, IP.
Yeah.
You boys know what I'm talking about. But yeah, man, you're gonna love it. I don't know when everybody's definitely not this year, so definitely 2022. Brothers, just stack up the bread, and then 2022 come around, you guys will be ready. But trust me when I tell you, man, I love Frankfurt. It was probably one of the best experiences. I loved it so much I went back 3 times. It was probably one of the best experiences I've ever had, bro. Like it was, Czech Republic, Amsterdam, Sweden, but there's something different about Germany. Like they're very stable. They have like a very stable environment with them. Everything's like a lot of respect. It's pretty cool, as long as you get along with everybody. It's a lot of respect type of caliber environment. But trust me, man, IP, Germany is the spot. It's definitely the spot, man.
Facts, bro. J Bones, how did the women treat you there in Frankfurt?
It was pretty great. Like it was, the only thing about it too, IP, like I always tell the brothers, and this is just something that we got to get across the board. You have to, and Atlanta said it before, you have to let them know that you are a brother from the UK, and you have to let them know that you're an American brother. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because that's the one thing with German women. They're trying to see something unique. They want to see something different than they see from the men who are around the environment. So they want to see, they want to feel that American experience. And plus, you walking around with them, that gives them cool points because they'll be like, everybody's gonna be like, whoa, you're hanging out with an American, or you're hanging out with somebody from the UK. You understand what I'm saying? So we went when we were in college. So we were just balling. Like it was just like different girls every night. It was just different restaurants. And at the time, you know, I went to, I'm pretty sure Atlanta one knows, I went to Notre Dame. So that was just another different experience. Like they treat us like we were damn near gods. So it was an excellent experience, bro.
Yes, brother. Great intel, J Bones. And do you have any direct questions for Atlanta Scorpion?
No, 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 no. I'm not gonna hold up the line, bro. I just wanted to call in and let you, just give much support to UIP. Trust me, bro. You're doing it. This is another classic, man. This is probably better than the last 4 or 5 ones I even saw, man. So this is yeah, just keep doing your thing, IP. We're gonna keep supporting your channel. Shout out to the brother from Atlanta, man. Thank you so much for joining us, and shout out to the brothers in the live chat. Shout out to Thomas, and shout out to the usual suspects, bro.
Thanks for that, J Bones. Before
Thanks,
you
J
go,
Bones.
Jay, are you following the whole Aberrant Preach versus Fresh and Fit beef?
To tell you the truth, bro, I checked it out, but it looks like a lot of chatty patty behavior going on. You understand what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
I don't condone myself in that. They're excuse my language, IP, but they're just acting like a bunch of little girls. Like they're just, a lot of this stuff on the internet, it just turns into who's the biggest third grader, who's the biggest person that can act like they're a kindergarten or something. It's just a lot of chatty patty behavior going on, bro. It's just a lot of nonsense. Like who's trying to act like they're the biggest? Nah, man, forget about that stuff. IP, we got bigger things to worry about.
Yeah, bro. It's just it's just interesting because I'm all about respect, and I just don't like the way Aberrant Preach, did that to Fresh and Fit because that kind of sets a precedent, because Fresh and Fit are a manosphere channel. Although I don't do their content, the content I push out, in terms of showing you how Western women are, it can be similar. So if they're coming off the channels like that, brothers who have channels like mine who are encouraging brothers to do better, because I speak about the real stuff, like black men making their image better, traveling to meet foreign women. A lot of people don't like the content I put out. I know that because I get a lot of messages and comments from people who are expressing hate. They want brothers to
Yeah.
be in the matrix, to be simps. So, when I'm saying things like, they're just not feminine, they're too feminist, that can be taken as, oh, why is he saying that? What's happening here? And that's what's happening to Fresh and Fit.
Yeah.
They just said that, paying for sex is just not feasible, and then everyone's coming after them. But yeah, but I don't want to use the stream too long to speak about them. But we'll discuss that later on. But Jay Bones, I know you're busy, but thank you, brother, for calling in. Okay.
Yeah, thanks a lot, IP, man. I'll check you guys later, man. Thanks
Hey,
a lot, man. You do.
enjoy the Poconos, J Bones. Enjoy it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I'm out here for another 7 days. I just got back from North Dakota. I was actually at the Native American reservation, so now I'm here.
With the same person?
Oh no, definitely not.
I'm about to say, J Bones, that might be your last trip. It might be your last trip.
Definitely not. Yeah, I would never go up to a Native American reservation with a Jewish chick. That's not gonna happen, bro.
Have a good time, man.
All right.
Thanks a lot, big bro.
Thanks for that, Jay Bones. Appreciate it, brother.
All right, IP. Let me hit the super chat real quick before I leave, man.
Oh, thanks for that, bro. Appreciate the support, Jay Bones.
You're welcome, big bro.
AM, are you there, brother? AM, unmute yourself, brother.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, brother. How you doing?
I'm good. Yeah, you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet everyone.
Nice.
You
Oh,
too as well.
we got a UK brother from the UK. What's up, brother?
Yeah.
How you doing?
I'm good. I've just woken up. I saw your Instagram story, and I thought, why not have a conversation?
Do I? Okay. Who are you? Are you a new viewer to my channel?
I occasionally watch your stuff. I'm generally quite pressed for time, generally, because I'm basically between my job and between my project. I'm basically swamped for time.
Oh, well, do I know you on the Facebook group as K Slay or something?
No, that's not me.
All right. Where are you from? What's your background?
So, long story short about me is basically I was born in London. I've lived here all my life. I'm on the spectrum, so my perspective when it comes to women is a little bit different.
But your parents' background, or where they're from?
My family from Sudan.
Sudan. Okay, this is great, bro. So I wanted to make sure you were a brother because you got like your accent's very very UK-ish. All right, brother.
I know everyone says that I sound like a white person when I talk on the phone.
How long have you been watching my channel for?
About 3 or 4 months.
Okay. All right, that's great. Thank you, bro. And what was the first video that you watched from me? How did you find my channel in the first place?
So basically, I sort of during the first lockdown, I basically finished one of my projects, and I basically got involved in the Red Pill space because basically, as someone on the spectrum, dealing with women is a nightmare generally. So I found the Red Pill space. I found some of the usual suspects, and then it sort of branched off, and then I somehow found you.
All right, thanks for that. But what do you mean? What do you mean you're on the spectrum? Sorry.
I'm autistic.
Okay, bro. Okay. Okay. Thanks for letting us know, brother. Yeah. So, bro. Yes. Thank you for calling in, brother. And it's good to hear another UK voice apart from Thomas Demian. Do you have any questions for Atlanta AM?
Yeah. So basically, Germany, from what I gathered, is similar, or is at the very least, it's a Western country. So a lot of the same issue. I'm assuming that a lot of the same issues that we have in the UK or in the US are probably very similar in Germany. So, what makes German women so special? That's what I'm. It's a genuine question. Sorry.
No, you don't have to apologize. I think that is a genuine question, and I think it goes back to what we were talking about earlier. And I know we're going on, a few hours that we've been on, but one of the things that IP and I had expressed is, I think Germany is a bit of a conundrum of a country because you do have this Western country, this immensely affluent country, so the fourth largest economy in the world.
Yeah.
And you have feminism is real. It's a liberal country. I mean, across the board, I think most people would say Germany is a liberal country, particularly among younger people. And so you have this kind of feminism. Nonetheless, anyone who's dated German women will express to you this femininity that's there. You also have, a lot like the UK, a lot like parts of the United States and Canada, you have these large pockets of diverse populations due to the global migration of people who are coming for professional reasons to work in a large and affluent economy. So, they bring their traditions with them. I made reference to my wife being half German, half Pakistani. So, my wife for her entire life, she was going to Pakistan, an immensely conservative place. She was raised by a Pakistani Muslim father, although she was baptized and mother took her to Christian church. She still had this other part of her family. She had cousins who had, uncles who were Pakistani who married Pakistani women. So she saw this kind of conservatism. And so that kind of femininity that comes with that, she brought that femininity that's part of who she is. And I think that this is not uncommon. My wife's not an anomaly. There's huge pockets of Turkish population, Persian from Iran, Syrian population, Lebanese population, Jordanian, Saudis who live in Germany, Ethiopian, Ghanaians, Nigerians, people from all over the African continent who live, and and many of their children or they themselves become part of this biracial fabric that becomes part of the country, which you see obviously in the UK as well.
Yeah,
that affects this large number of people. In Germany, the families are smaller historically. So if you think about AM when there was the Syrian refugee issue, what was the largest Western country to pick that up? Germany, right? Germany.
What was it, 1.4 million people?
Don't come here, go away. Germany said, come, right? And so I think you have this influx and this influence of other cultures that impact the German culture. Of course,
Okay.
Germans expect assimilation, but you have this that impacts, and I think that makes Germany unique. And it's the acceptance, embracing of Black men. I don't know what the source is. I've given my ideas, thinking particularly from an American perspective. We've had bases there since 1948, following World War II. Black men have been in Germany since the 19 teens, dating back to World War I, right? And so people have seen Black people. They've seen Black men. I mean, some of the Tuskegee Airmen flew in Germany, right?
Yeah.
And so you see this type of, can you imagine seeing a Black man during that time flying a plane?
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
These types of images are in German, and that's why our culture, part of the country, I believe that our culture is so adored there, because it's been, I think there's been positive feelings about what, our culture and what our society is. And so I think that impacts, particularly how American and British brothers, I think it impacts our experiences there. And I think our outcomes from a social perspective are positive because of it.
Because I could use like a very notable example. So if you saw the picture of Jesse Owens, I'm going to try and keep this YouTube friendly, with a particular dictator.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm sorry, because it's your platform. I don't want to screw you up on the algorithm. But when you saw Jesse Owens with that famous dictator, and this dictator in theory, well, in reality, didn't believe that he should even exist because of the color of his skin. And the fact that he shook his hand when, if he went back home to America, he couldn't even enter the White House. I think it's a distinct German. I'm not sure what it is, but that's why, to me, it's a little bit weird. But that's just me.
Okay, yeah. Go on,
I think it's a legitimate point. I mean, but I do think that, again, even if you do that, I mean, we're sitting here, it's 2021. I mean, that was 1932. I mean, so you just look at the impact of what Black people have done in that country, and the interaction, I think, across the board is positive. And I think that's why we have so many positive outcomes. I don't think that you, particularly among Black Americans, you don't have this sense of you don't belong here. You don't. I don't think you have it. I have to say this. I mean, and I love London. It's probably one of my favorite, if not, it's one of my favorite large cities. But because of the diversity of the place. But like, you can go to some places in London where some people think like, you're a Black man, you're African, you don't belong here, right? You don't get that from women in Germany. Like, you do have some elements and pockets of German men who are kind of like, IP, why are you here? You're Afrikaanish, right? You're African, you don't belong here. But you don't get this sense of you don't belong here. This is our country. This is our space. From women ever. It's only welcoming and hey, you're AM, who are you? Where are you from? Like, your accent is your parents are from Sudan. Oh my God. Like, it's just, there's so much. When I think the more unique you are in Germany, the more you're embraced, and people are, in my experience. So
because as you can clearly see, I'm not your typical Black dude. Like, it's just the reality of the situation. Like so what I do in terms of professionally is I work in the trades, and then plus on top, I'm planning on doing my own project. So IP, where Weybridge is, by the way?
Weybridge, no, I don't know where that is. No.
So it's literally just outside of London. It's in Surrey, and there's a private estate there. It's technically private. It's weird, but essentially the property values are ridiculous there. So there's a piece of land where the planning permission's completely lapsed, and basically I'm trying to raise money to basically build on it. That's the plan, and I worked out the numbers, like worst case scenario and everything like that. And it's and obviously if the project does go ahead, I could walk out like a bandit. I'm only at the beginning stages. I've raised a bit of money, but if you don't raise all of it, you're sort of, because I'm not applying for a mortgage. I'm applying for bridging finance, which is a specific kind of finance, which is short term, but it's all about the end number, not how much money you make. So for me, I'll say this, like, my success rate in the UK has been a joke, like an absolute joke. Now, partially, I will say it's partially me. So, for example, I don't always put my best foot forward in social situations, but at the same time, I basically realized that a lot of, this isn't even a race thing. It's just a question of, just a cultural thing. Women in the UK and in the US are probably the most privileged group of people to ever walk the earth, and they don't even see it. It's hilarious. Like these are the same girls that are claiming to be oppressed. I'm like, you're the most privileged people on the face of the earth.
Well, as Kevin Samuels may say, those are first world problems that are in a world that men have built, and it's interesting that you say, and absolutely right, and actually
so for example, I'll give you a prime example. There's been moments in my life where I should have been red pilled, but it took 10,000 experiences in order for me to sort of get into that space. So 4 years ago, I just turned 20. It was my 21st birthday, and I went out to get a couple of drinks and with some friends. And me being me, so they were just encouraging me to try and talk to girls and everything like that. And let's just say that was a complete disaster would be an understatement. So eventually, I decided to cut my losses and I decided to basically go home. And I get on the London Underground, and 2017 was the first year where on Friday and Saturdays it's 24/7. So anyone who's gone to London, our Underground is in 24/7. It finishes at I think 1 a.m. roughly. And there are these two girls, and they are very, very, very attractive. But I'm just sort of I just wanted to go home. I didn't really care. There's this guy. He's basically getting all up in their space, and this is the thing. Me talking to you now, I probably sound as if I can't even hurt a fly. But I have the privilege of being 6'1", and when my face is straight, I look as if I've got a screw face on. So naturally, people the likelihood that I'm going to get into a fight is very minimal. Even if I did try to initiate violence, it'd be, most people would back down. So these two girls see me and they start hovering towards me as if they know me. And the dude just left, luckily. Like I didn't have to actually throw punches or anything like that. And the literal apple was this: a minute later, the train comes in. They just jump on the train. They didn't even acknowledge me. No thank you, no nothing. And I'm thinking to myself, like, what? And yeah, so it's okay. It's one experience, but it's a general experience that these are the same girls that will claim to be oppressed. But I'm like, you do realize that had I not been there, like the situation could have been completely different. And the fact that and when I tell people, and the worst thing is, it's the dudes that are the worst, because some of the women, when I've told some of my colleagues about this, or I've told they're relatively understanding. It's the dudes that were looking at me as if I was crazy.
Yeah. Let me tell you this, man. I know what's happening in the UK. I get girls in the UK. I'm not gonna lie. I get girls, but I'm just tired of them. It's just the attitude for me. It's the culture. It's just it's not a race thing, by the way, because this is just from my own experience. It's not a race thing. So a lot of the dudes who are in the space, they think it's just black women that have a monopoly on this. I'm like, no. Black women do not have it. That's where I sort of differ from Kevin Samuels. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Yes, let me finish my point there. So you're right. It's not really a race thing. It's a cultural thing, which is why I'm encouraging brothers to get their passports, because I just can't deal with that kind of attitude from women anymore. Yeah. And it's too much now. It's just ungrateful. It's just a lot of playing games. I'm just not here for it. So I don't waste my time anymore. A lot of them get blocked, on dating apps and all that. So I don't even reply to them in dating apps, because I'm like, why do I need you? There's women out there all over the world that want me. Yeah. So, but thanks for that, AM. It's good to hear another UK brother, bro. Calling me again. Man. And I'll stay on the line. I'll come back to you later on for one last closing statement.
No worries.
Let me go to Remy. He's been patient. What's up, Remy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey, Remy, how are you?
Yes. So, I just wanted to hop in real quick and say that whatever Atlanta Scorpion was saying is very, very true. Very true. Mm-hmm. And, I found out Germany was a serious hotspot for brothers when I visited.
I can't really hear you too clearly, Remy. Can you speak a bit louder?
Can you hear me now?
How about now? Much better. Yeah,
okay.
Much better.
Yeah, so I found out about Germany was a serious hotspot for brothers when I visited. And how I visited was my aunt. She married a German. So I believe I touched on this, maybe a live stream earlier in the year. But apparently, my aunt's husband, he came to visit Atlanta, and they were at a gathering, and he met my aunt. And once then, they started to like each other, and they got married, so they moved to Germany. So I went to visit, and this is what I noticed. There's something different about Germany. And I believe I already told this story to IP. You probably might remember. But I was just 13 years old. And we were at a restaurant. And then there was a friend of my aunt that she met and was an acquaintance. They were chatting. And me, I was just enjoying my meal. What could a 13-year-old think of? And then, I saw this sort of shock from my aunt. And then, after they finished talking, they came back in the table. Then when we got in the car to head back home, she was like, "Hey, Remy, did you know that girl, she was checking you out?" I said, "Huh? Are you sure?" I said, "Yeah. She wanted to know, if you were single." I was like, "Oh, really?" I said, "Well," and then my dad said, "Well, did you tell her age?" I said, "Yes, I did." And she said that, "Hey, this is my nephew, but he's only 13." And she was so shocked because for some reason she thought I was mature for my age and all that. So then, not only that, I've met other people. For example, German men, they have been looking for black women. In fact, I know somebody in Germany who's friends with my aunt. He went to Alabama and he found a black girl. And even my professor, his dad was German.
Yeah, right. Keep it about brothers
Oh
going
yeah.
after
All right. Sure.
about our German women. Yeah, let's talk
Sure.
about us. We come first now. This is a black man first only channel. We don't care about what other people are doing. We want our success first, bro. So speak about our
True.
experiences, bro. Carry on,
Okay.
brother.
All right. So from my experience, yeah. I just realized first of all, the German women, they're very feminine. They're very fit. They take care of themselves, and I just love their accent. And one thing I noticed is that I really didn't get that experience of girls hitting on me. But when I felt the pressure from older women, they were asking me, "Hey, are you single? I know a couple of girls who might be interested." Then I realized, wow, this is a country that hits different. And my mom, my aunt, she's even advocating for me after I finish college, come to Germany, and I'm pretty sure you will find somebody who likes you. So, to ask you a question, Scorpion, I want to know about the language. When you first visited Germany, and I'm pretty sure you didn't know a drop of German, but how did you find communicating with the people and even talking to the German woman there with your little bit of German knowledge?
That's a great question. I sort of knew the timing. My first trip to Germany was actually much long before my girlfriend and I. So I'd already been to Germany before, and so when I was going there, I knew I was going for almost a year. So I did try to learn the language. Even took classes to learn the language. Like most Americans since we only speak one language, I struggled mightily, and I perceived myself to be a smart person, and it wasn't that easy. But I did obviously know the greetings and things like that. And what I found when I got there, Remy, and I mentioned this earlier, was when I tried to speak Deutsch, immediately people made it clear to me, ich spreche English. Are you from the United States? I speak English. And so what you found was those folks very willing to. Germans don't particularly like it when you kind of butcher their language. It is okay. I make this joke with my wife that they butcher our language, but they don't want you to butcher their language. And many people just tell you they like to practice their English. I I took it for 6 years in school. I haven't spoken it in some while. May I try? So, you know, I think it's one of the countries. There's not many countries where the primary language is not English, and nearly every person speaks English. And particularly in the large cities, particularly in means of your places you go that are going to be service-based, like restaurants, like eateries, things like that. Many of those places are going to be run, owned, and managed by people who are from other parts of the world, perhaps Turkey, perhaps Iran. In many cases, English is their second language. German is their third language, right? So there's a high comfort level, Remy, with speaking English. I think when you engage with women in speaking English, you have no problems. I mean, almost any woman who's under 40 is going to speak fluent English. I mean, actually, you could take that to almost anyone under 50 or 60. They're going to speak fluent English, and that dates in that country back to the education system and the shift back to the 1950s. Mm-hmm. So, you know, it's not difficult to meet people who speak English. Most of the country, Remy, unless you're in parts of eastern part of Germany or very small towns, almost everyone that you speak to is going to be overly fluent in English. Okay.
All right. Thanks for that, Remy.
Thank you.
Good questions, brother. All right, brothers. I'm going to end the live stream now. I want to say a huge thank you to Atlanta Scorpion for taking the time out to do this live stream. I have a super chat here from J Bones, $2. Thank you, brother, for the super chat. He says, IP legendary champion, Atlanta Scorpion champion as well. Yes, indeed, Atlanta Scorpion is a champion. I am a champion too. You are a champion as well, J Bones. So thank you very much, everyone, for joining this live stream. Brothers, make sure you hit the like button before I end the live stream. That'll be much appreciated. And also, please do comment on my video when I drop it on my YouTube channel. Your comments will help out the algorithm. We have over 60 people watching, so I want to see 60 comments by the end of today, because I only have 37 on my previous live stream, but over 1,000, almost 2,000 people watched it, but only 37 comments. That's not support, brothers. You know, it takes me a lot of time to set these live streams up. I'm talking hours and days. So please, can everyone comment on this video when it drops on my channel? That'll be much appreciated. Before I end the stream, feel free to send through some super chats if you have enjoyed this live stream. Your support is greatly appreciated. So I'm going to go through my panel for the last closing statement. Thomas and I am, please don't make it too long, because I want you to say your last point. And then I'll go to Atlanta Scorpion for his last question or point. So I am, you go first. Do you have any closing statements you want to say, bro?
Hello, hi. The closing statement I would like to add is that thank you very much for your time. You know, this has been insightful. I've only been here an hour, but it's been insightful. That's the first thing. And second of all, you know, the reason why I was hooked was because, you know, I've only seen you for about an hour, so I think me and Atlanta Scorpion, I think he's just an older version of me, where I'm assuming when he was growing up, you know, people thought of him as a bit of a square, you know, that sort of, you know, and I think that's what motivated him to sort of get out and basically be like, I need to not deal with women in the US, or not deal with women in, you know, in the West, basically. So yeah, that's what I've got to say.
Thanks for that, AM. Much appreciated, bro. Thanks for calling in, brother.
Thank you.
Please do call in again. That'd be much appreciated. Thanks, bro.
Will do. Thank you so much.
No worries, brother. Thomas Demahin, do you have any closing statements?
Yeah, man. I have to say this, man. Scorpion and thank you very much for this live stream. Thank you for your knowledge and wisdom. You're a great role model for us brothers to model ourselves after. And IP, I have to say this again, fam. Keep up the great work. Back classics, fam. We're here to support you, fam. We're going to be booming once all the restrictions are off, fam.
Thank you very much for the kind words, Thomas. Much appreciated, bro. And I appreciate the support you give through super chats, likes, comments. I see your comments on my videos, Thomas, and trust me, it's appreciated, brother. Please continue doing that, bro. Your support is much appreciated, Thomas. Thank you very much for calling in, and definitely calling again, Thomas. You are a legend in this space, bro. You've been consistent. You've called in. You've supported. You're determined to live a good life abroad and meet dime foreign women. So I appreciate the what's the word for it? The persistence. You know, you're not complaining about the situation in the West. You're seeking solutions. Like, although Kevin Samuel is fresh and fit and all these other manosphere content, they put out good content. They push out through their channel. But again, the solution is traveling, because you can't be angry at women in the West all day and all night long. It's just not going to be feasible for your mental health and for your physical health in general. You need to find a solution to your problems. You know, the solution is my channel. The solution is getting your passport to meet feminine foreign women. You know, when you get that information from Kevin Samuels, try and find my channel, try and find the content that you need that will help you find the woman you want to, and the woman that most men want. In fact, all right thinking men want, right, who are straight, it would be submissive, fit, feminine, cooperative, good looking, looks after the house. And in modern day, you won't find her in America or in the UK. You find her abroad, and then that's a sad truth, you know. And Kevin Samuels puts out great work, but the solution is my channel. The solution is getting your passport. So thank you, Thomas. Atlanta Scorpion is now, bro. You say I'll give you 5 minutes, 10 minutes, bro. Whatever you I'm tired, bro. Whatever you want to say as your closing statement, please say it, Atlanta Scorpion. So go on, brother.
Well, IP, I'd like to thank you for having me, for inviting me, for all of you guys who support IP on this podcast. When he talks about how much time he spent, he's reached out to me for weeks and been patient through my busy schedule at work and family and a variety of other things. I actually finally caught up with him in a time that I was out of town, and I'm sitting in an A-loft in downtown Columbia, South Carolina. But I so wanted to make sure that I maintained my commitment, although I had a shift in my schedule that moved me from out of town. In part, I wanted to make sure I was maintain my commitment because of the respect I have for what International Passport is doing, his messaging. I think that in my world professionally, my job in my life is to help corporations find solutions to their problems. And I think one thing that this channel offers, men in a different way is an opportunity to drive solutions and providing intel about places all over the world. I remember when I first came across this channel, I was just blown away. And many of the places were places that I had gone. Many had not gone multiple times, had visited once or twice in my life. And I just thought the folks that IP brings on are spot on. I do think that, IP's right in means of his messaging about our communities finding ways to diversify our thought in travel, diversify our thought in how we engage with people from a relation standpoint. Some of that is just going to be places you go to and have a great time and great memories. Some of it may be a place that you're looking to cultivate perhaps a more serious relationship and thinking about what type of person who brings femininity and values to potentially be a mother of your children and a wife. I think, part of our culture has moved away from the necessity of actually having a wife before we have children. I don't know how it is in other parts of the world. In the United States, the numbers are over 3 and 4 kids are born to homes with no father. And it's difficult for people to understand the relationship between a man and a woman, boy or girl, if they don't have any example. And so, I think it's important to follow this message and follow, ways that we as a community can strengthen ourselves. We also strengthen ourselves by engaging in commerce, whether it be engaging in cryptocurrency, whether it be engaging in some of the places you go to really evaluate, are there opportunities for you, yourself, and others to be a part of the commercial relationship that community has with its people. And there's so many opportunities, and sometimes many of us see it as clear as day, and we don't take the chance, and we don't take the opportunity. And that opportunity for many of us will be the opportunity of a lifetime. And some of those very same people that you're meeting from a social standpoint may be positioned to help you. And I think that's probably the next step that you guys' generation will be able to take is expanding our influence, not just from a cultural standpoint in music and entertainment, but also from a sense of commercial relationships, trade, business, and those types of things. The world is our oyster, and I applaud IP. The last thing I'll say to this community as a podcast is people are going to come after International Passport because of his message, and people are going to try to attack what he's trying to do and the solutions that he's trying to help brothers across the globe come to. And when that happens, it's important for our community to support, what's happening here in this podcast and support the messaging and, tell others, bring others to the podcast. I've heard different podcasts. I mean, to me, this is some of the best intelligence and messaging that brothers can have of any age. And so I think it's important to get that word out. And I thank you, IP, for having me today, and look forward to continue to be engaged in the community. Thank you so much.
That was an excellent closing statement, Atlanta Scorpion. Again, I want to say thank you for taking your time out, almost 4 hours, brother. And I know you're a busy man. You're doing great things in your personal life. And, I just want to say, again, thank you very much, Atlanta Scorpion. And we'll definitely have you on again on my channel to speak about your further traveling experiences to different countries and finance as well, as you have passion for that, Atlanta Scorpion. So I'll be in touch with you again personally to set up a few more live streams in the future. Everyone in the live stream chat, I hope you all enjoyed this live stream. Put a 1 in the chat if you enjoyed this live stream and you found it very helpful, and if you will be traveling to Germany in the near future. While you do that, brothers, again, join the Facebook group. Join, follow me on Twitter. Yep. See, everyone's put ones. See, it's Atlanta Scorpion. It's been a great live stream, to be honest.
Thank you so much.
It's been great. So everyone's giving good support. It's been fantastic. Join the Facebook group, brothers. If you're not part of the Facebook group, join it. I will be closing it very soon. Are you part of the Facebook group, Atlanta Scorpion?
I don't know. So that may mean no, but I certainly will do it before I go to bed tonight if I haven't done so. So I appreciate it, and look forward to continuing to remain engaged. And thank you for your persistence and get me here, and look forward to remaining engaged. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, brother. Brothers, join the Facebook group. I'm not even kidding. Sorry, that's my Twitter as well. Follow me on Twitter. Send me a DM if you have any questions or if you want to set up a live stream. I'm also on IG as well. So here is my IG. Follow me on IG and send me a DM if you want to reach out to me. A huge thank you to everyone who took part in this live stream, those who called in. And I will, let's see, my next live streams, I'm still trying to set it up. I won't tell you what they are, but it's going to be another good one as well, brothers. Shout out to Thomas Demahin, Theo WAF, Antonio Mais, J Bones, Conrad Grant, Kevin the Cool Guy, Sean M, Huber, Fluver. You just came in, bro. You missed 4 hours of solid intel, but it'll be on my channel. Shout out to Bala Jalal. I can't even say his name properly. Jalal. Shout out to, of course, Atlanta Scorpion. Again, brothers, when I drop my video on my channel, everyone, please go and comment. Give me comments on my videos. Comments help out with the YouTube algorithm. Likes, comment, engagements definitely work. So if you have not liked this video, please like the video. If you are a new viewer to my channel through this live stream, feel free to subscribe. And when you do subscribe, make sure you press the notification bell so you never miss a post, an upload, or a live stream from me. So like, definitely comment when this video drops on my YouTube channel. That'd be appreciated. And keep supporting brothers. Shout out to Conrad Grant for the $5 super chat. He says, International Passport and Atlanta Scorpion, I want to give big thanks for sharing this intel. It was amazing. Thank you for the super chat, brother. I'm happy that it has been beneficial to you, brothers, to you, brother. And again, huge thank you to Atlanta Scorpion. I probably said to him thank you like over 100 times during this live stream, bro. But every thank you I've said to you, Atlanta Scorpion, it's been from my heart. I really mean it, because we're going through a lot as brothers. I'm telling you, not only are we dealing with a horrible community that doesn't value intelligent black men such as yourself, we're dealing with discrimination, a horrible woman in our community, choosing wrong, choosing the Puka and the Ray Rays, getting pregnant very early, having no ambition, saying we ain't ish, making songs about us, calling us N-words. We've been through a lot in the West, and it's just refreshing when we travel, foreign women give us respect.
That's right.
Theo was saying last week how in the West our image is controlled by people who are not black men, so non-black people, black women, and they push out negative stereotypes about us. But abroad, people have their own perceptions, because guess what? Black women abroad are not controlling our image, and other people are more smarter. They do their research. They'd rather meet a black person one-to-one and determine, and judge that person as an individual and not a group, right? In the West, brothers are put together as one. We are judged as a group, and it harms our image. Our image has been utterly destroyed in the West. It's just very upsetting to hear. And when you see your image being constantly degraded, it depresses you. It's because image is very important. Image can give you that business deal. Image can take you to the next level. Image can give you very good things in life. It can keep you safe. It brings respect. Respect is a very big word. I always want to be respected wherever I go to. You need to respect me based on how I speak, my knowledge, how I come across. And in the West, we don't get that. But when we go abroad, it's a whole different story. So I hope my videos are helping brothers wherever they're watching. And where is everyone watching anyways? Where is everyone watching? Put down what country and city you're watching from. I know Atlanta Scorpion is obviously from Atlanta. Oh man. Where's everyone watching from? Before I close the live stream. I'll give you brothers a couple seconds. I think most of them are from so we got New York, Huber Flova, Balal Jalal, Kentucky, USA, J Bones, Pocono Mountain, Florida, Kevin the Cool Guy, Antonio Mice, Maryland, Thomas Demihin, London, UK. Thomas, it's almost 6 a.m. here. It's 5:55. It's late. What time is it over there, Atlanta Scorpion?
It is almost 1 o'clock, 5 until 1.
Hey, bro, you can leave the stream if you want to, bro. I'm not going to take your time any further.
No problem, man. No problem.
So anytime you can leave the stream, brother. Ed Morris, Killeen, Texas. Who else? Conrad Grant, Newark, California. Nice. Ed Morris, Killeen, Texas. Actually, Atlanta Scorpion, when you were in Germany, the Asian women there, particularly East Asian, Japanese, Korean specifically, how were they treating brothers there? You know, were they checking for brothers as well?
Absolutely. You know, my perception of Asian women has always been, it's a little different than I think what you see in Germany. And this is just maybe it's me, maybe it's something that's in my head, but you know, they're not as aggressive as other groups of women. And I'm talking about they're less aggressive than me. I think you have to really go out to them. I think when you do, the results are just the same. But I think, you know, when you talk about, you know, when you're in a social place there, I think there is a tendency to be more conservative and laid back on first meetings than what I expressed that I see sometime where a German woman may come and ask you, you know, are you single? Like, are you actually with this woman? Are you guys in a serious relationship, or are you available to talk to me? I have not experienced that with Asian women, and this is almost anywhere I've been. There's in the United States, the further west you go, the more Asians. Because obviously the West Coast is on the same shares the ocean with many Asian countries. But I think once you engage with the Asian population that's in Germany, I think that you'll find that people are just as welcoming to brothers and you know, I just don't think there's any group of people that you can't engage with in Germany when you're there as a black man.
Thanks for that, Atlanta Scorpion. So I'm going to end the stream, Atlanta Scorpion, and everyone else. Atlanta, thank you again.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you for having me, and thanks for providing this platform. It's fantastic.
No problem, brother. Everyone here, enjoy your evening, enjoy your day. Peace out. I will see you all on my next stream. Take it easy, everyone. Bye.
Thanks, IP.
No problem, brother. See you, everyone.